our children, our mothers, our grandmothers would need peace to live. When there is war, it is our mothers and children, the grown-ups, the old ladies who suffer. And we don't want to take them through that kind of stress. Besides, we are the young ones, the energetic, whose hands lies the future of Ghana. And we are trusting that we will all work to protect our future, our very lives, and also protect the future of this country. We cannot afford to jeopardize our own lives through elections. Election is supposed to bring peace, is supposed to gather the views of people into governance. And so it is very important for us all as people, as the youth of this country, as well-meaning citizens of this country, to work towards the protection of our beloved country, Ghana. I hope we will all do that and to ensure that we continue to develop the democratic, heritage of this country, so that this country will become a better place for us all to live in the future.
We enjoy the peace that we have, but then I think because a lot of people think Ghanaians are peaceful, right? They think we can't be violent. The only thing is that I urge everyone to make sure they go and vote peacefully, but be ready for anything, right? But then be peaceful. Don't go and incite violence, right? Just be peaceful. Yeah.
Please make sure to vote wisely. After you're done voting, just go home and sleep. If you're like me who won't vote, just sleep in your house, watch your television, go on social media, and then enjoy the day.
Everybody should make sure not to try to bring any form of violence, be it hate speech or anything that would urge anybody to bring anything. So please, we need peace in Ghana.
Actually, December 7th, Ghanaians, especially those who have attained to the age of 18 and above, they have to exercise their right as citizens of Ghana to go and vote peacefully and return to their various homes for the winning candidates. We know who we want to be in the affairs of this nation here. For that one, it is a secret ballot. Yeah. But all what I can say is it's not a war. It is nation building. So I will encourage each and every one to exercise our Ghanaian spirit that we have since our independence. There's nothing like snatching a ballot box, and moreover to the political parties, especially the presidential aspirants. They should exercise some patience and then some words that they are fond of using, those vulgar words. We Ghanaians, we are not after those stuff. It's about your message. Yeah. We are discerning as a nation. So your message carries weight. Me, anytime I get to the ballot box, what the candidate says that he or she can do is what I'll base on it to vote. So their manifestos, their policies, because if you look at the successive government, at least they are doing a little bit about what they said to we Ghanaians. For me, it's a message. So I entreat Ghanaians also vote based on message, not tribal and all those stuff.
Let's vote peacefully and make sure that we make the right decision. Because at the end of the day, if we make the wrong one, we'll have to take another decision again, and it will take us back. Ghana will rise again. I have one question for all of us. If Ghana, NDC and MPP are drowning in a ditch and you have one person to save, would you save NDC, MPP or Ghana? I rest my case.
Just live. I mean, be happy. Don't take anything seriously, especially this election. It will come and go. Just vote for whoever you want to, and chill. Life is too short. Just take it easy.
My message is very simple. Go and vote, eat and sleep. When you wake up at 5, turn on your radio or watch TV or go to your polling station, go and listen to the results and go back. Go and monitor the rest. If your party wins, fine. If your party doesn't win, after all, the parties will come and go. MPP won. They've been in for 8 years. What happened to you? If there's a policy that affected you, good. NDC came, they left. If they come again, whatever you do, your small portion will be yours. Whatever you do is what you have in your hand is what they said. A bird in hand is worth more than 1,000 in the forest. So whatever that you do yourself is what that will benefit you. So make sure you don't infiltrate or do anything that can, I don't know how to put it, but that will instigate less violence. If they call you and I, we love our soup. I won't go and fight. So if you don't go and fight, let's go and enjoy our food.
Mienu, only girl and now only wine. Only girl. We are one. Me worry. Me pay girl man. Why? Na umpe. Usika semne. Usika semne ye. And now only mami neda.
She currently is the woman of the moment because when we say trends, she's really trending. You know whom I'm talking about? Kokomu PhD. Yes, she takes her turn on everyday people on GhanaWeb TV, and we decide or we talk to her and ask her the reason why she decided to go for that term and the reason behind or her motivation for selling porridge. My name is Victoria Cheba. Let's have a conversation. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Let's go and talk to her. PhD.
Yeah, that's me.
So please, can we know your name?
Yeah, my name is Wasila Abdallah. Wasila Abdallah, but Waspi for short. Waspi for short.
Allah.
Yeah.
When I come to the area and I mention Waspi.
As Waspi, those who know me as Waspi, they know.
Okay.
Waspi for real.
Okay.
You know, I'm for real. Okay. Yeah, I'm me. I'm always me.
What makes you real?
Yeah, you know why I'm real? Right now, if anything just happened, I'll tell you my mind.
Okay.
And be free. I don't look otherwise, you know? You got what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay, so
That's,
you are really trending on social
I'm
media.
very trending.
Yes, and
yeah.
the name I saw was Kokomu PhD.
PhD, that's me.
Tell us about that. How
Yeah,
did it happen?
that's why I told you, the guy who came and do the picture gave me that name. And I sat down and checked. Yeah, the name fits me. Because this Coco,
What did he see?
he's my very customer, loyal customer. One of my loyal customer. That's the guy. Okay. So I do appreciate him. Yeah, he's your greeting, baby. Yeah.
Do you know his name?
Yeah. Celebrity stylist.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
I give him the respect
Right.
because he made it today. He made it possible for me today. You got what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So now let me know about you. How did you start?
This business is for my mom. She was doing it with her sisters. So at a point in time, they all got married. She has no one. So I had to come and assist her.
Okay, at what age?
At the age of 22, I started selling this cocoa at the age of 14, 15.
Wow, were you not
Yes,
in school?
I was in school.
Okay.
But when I close, I come here.
JHS,
JSS and SHS, I do come here. So it's been a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, from 15 years, I started selling the
So
cocoa.
was it because there was no one there to sell the cocoa? That's why you decided to take over. It was something that you had an interest in.
No. I was doing my own business before I came here. So I was selling clothes. You know, we the Muslims, we do sell clothes, and I was traveling in Nigeria and in Togo. But I said, no, I'm stressing myself. Why shouldn't I sit here and do everything good to put some? So I brought this brown sugar, this cup, the milk, the bread for the business to grow well. So I brought that idea here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your mother and her siblings, were they not doing
No. They don't know anything.
How was theirs?
They were doing only cocoa, sugar, granules, and the kose.
Okay, the pink cans.
The pink cars, yeah.
And
There
the
was no
shawarmas.
packaging and everything.
Okay.
So I came and do that.
Okay.
The mind is broadened, man.
So what did you see before you decided to?
No, I sat down and think about business because I have 2 kids and sisters to check on. Because I'm business minded, that's me. When I sit down, I have to focus and do everything together. You understand? Yo, I'm coming, babies, I'm coming. Yo.
So who gave you this location? How did you find this place?
My mother was born in this house. This house, Officer Lee's house. Yes. My mother was born here. So my grandmother started the cocoa. Then times we have branches, but now we don't.
Why?
I'm the one who's going to bring that branches now.
Right, okay.
Yes, I'm bringing the branches very soon.
So would you like to employ me when you bring the branch?
Of course I will. Because you bring more ideas to the business. Yes. I do want people who will bring ideas to the business. Yeah.
So at what point did you get these things, the pikas and
The pinkers. Oh, the pinkers and the shawarma was there like 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago. So he knows.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's been your customer for
He's been my customer for so many years, that guy. I really appreciate him. You'll meet him one day. Yeah.
So you said that shawarma terms, it came like
Oh, like 5 years. So I've been telling some of my customers. So the day he came, he said I should use my terms. Yes. So he himself, he was surprised how the video trend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice one. So how's the day-to-day business like?
Oh, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah always.
What that one means?
That one means I give thanks to Jah. All praise to him. Yeah, he made it possible. Without him, I'm no one. You understand? Yeah. So you see this?
So growing up, what exactly did you want to become? Like
In terms of my
like,
business.
A nurse, doctor?
No. Me, I'd wanted to be a lawyer.
Okay.
Then times when I was in school. But it got to a time, I got pregnant when I was in SS3.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why I hold up this business. I gave my education to my sister and my kids. This is my sister. Yeah.
But why did you choose further when you
No. The mind is here. The mind is here.
But you still could have pursued your
No. I can't do that.
You can't do that.
No.
Why?
When I'm in there, I'll be thinking about the queens. Baby.
But you know people are still, having or studying some courses and still selling at the same time.
Oh, that one there is true.
Yes.
It's true.
So you could have done that.
No, my mind is not there. I took the mind off there long time.
Okay.
I took the mind off there long time. The mind is on this. So I do powder. When you want powder, I do powder for exports.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The cocoa powder.
I do cocoa powder for exports and I do the dough too.
Okay.
When it comes to cocoa, I can do anything.
Okay.
Anything. Cocoa, anything I do. So when next you are coming, 3 cedis. When next you are coming, I'll give you a sample of the powder. Because I have no powder at home because of the raining season.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you started at the age of 14.
14, 15, yeah.
Okay. So for how long have you been doing
Oh, I'm almost 40 years now. This year, December, I'll be 40. Yeah. And so it's almost 25 years ago. Yeah. 25 years ago.
So what specifically can you boast of that? Because I started selling this, I've been able to do this.
Oh, I've been able to take care of my sister through university. And my daughter and my son. And I've been taking care of one of my family. I'm mother of all. I have many kids that I take care of. And I do go to orphanage too. Every December. In a year, I go 2 times.
Okay.
Even the last visit was prisons. Yes. The last visit was prison. So what I'm gaining here, I'm not taking it alone. I take with many people. Yeah.
The relationship with your customers.
Yes. Some customers are stubborn.
Stubborn in terms of?
Stubborn in terms of everything. Sister, they are very stubborn. Could you believe that 4 days ago, a lady came and bought kose. She sent someone to buy kose. She brought the kose back. Imagine, food.
Why?
Yes. You see, they are very stubborn. She said the lady she sent ate some of the kose. And it's not true. You understand?
Okay.
So the customers, they are very stubborn, very, very. So they will let people look you as you are bad.
Okay.
You say, me, I'm me. I told you, anytime I'm me, I will not be you. I'm me. Waspi for real. That's why I'm for real. Yeah, man. 3 cedis. The customers, some of them are lovely. Some of them are stubborn. Yes. And you know what? Some people do look down on us. Okay. Even this morning, a certain lady, when it comes to everything, I'm more than her. But because I'm selling cocoa, she looks down on me. That's what most of them do. You understand?
So what would you want to tell those people who have been doing that?
No, I even today, the lady, I told her direct.
So tell those people to outside.
Oh,
tell
they shouldn't look down on me. Because this is what I do to take care of whoever I do take care of. And I have old men that I take care, and those who don't have husbands, actually a lot. I do a lot, but they just don't want to voice out. Because I'm doing it for me and God, not for public. Yes, so those who know me, they know me.
When you put it inside the rubber like this?
Like this is 3 cedis, yes. My cocoa is very affordable.
Okay.
It's nice, nutritious, and affordable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe that's why you know. I wanted to ask what and what we've been mixing, putting together.
That's the secret of me, baby. That's the secret. Yeah. This secreting secrets.
They don't have to know.
No. They cannot know. It's inherited.
Sorry, you can't know.
I'm so sorry, baby. So sorry, baby. I have customers all over. Okanshi,
Okay.
CMB. Yeah. That's why I want to have the branches.
Okay.
So I'm working on it.
Right.
Yeah, very soon.
We've got everything.
Yeah, very soon. Give it to me. That's Inshallah. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Give thanks, man. You can follow me on Kokomu PhD, on Snap, on TikTok, everywhere, every angle, that's the name. Kokomu PhD.
Kokomu PhD, like, it's a nice thing for me, and I take it as a breakfast every morning. That's why I do come here all the time to come here.
Okay. So her personality, is it also a reason why you always come to Kokomu PhD?
Yeah, her personality is one of something I like so much, because the way she dressed,
Okay.
the way she handled the customers, and she made you to know that she's a boss on her own.
Okay.
You can't come and impose certain things of yours on her. No, that's the way I like about it.
Oh, the...
Then let me give you one pink card.
Okay.
And then one kose.
Okay.
But the kose, we have different types.
Okay.
So I'm giving it the 3.
Okay. So
This is the agaos.
the agaos.
The agaos.
Agaos,
The pink cards.
the pink cards,
And the kose.
and the kose. The agaos, the pink cards, and the kose. Yeah, I didn't come here to play at all. I cannot lie. I really cannot lie. She's really a vibe. Like I said, if you want to find cocoa anywhere inside the Accra Central Market, specifically the SIC Mall, at Makola, that is where she's located. This is how we bring to an end today's episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Chibafo. See you on the next episode.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Beloved nation Ghana, my country, Mr. Obibiala said, Abra aka a month to the election. Obibiala Emma Asumbi Emra or my Ghana. Yaniba Bia for my Ghana. Asumbi away. Sabi Empalawum, disabled room. Anybody brave Uma on my day, Omuntimi and Tokaba Muntimi England. Let's say you need Ghana for Biaka or my Ghana. Abano Kokotuya, no Akufie, Apochnasi. No what he said, the EC, electoral commissioner, Ghana Constitution, and money to me. Authorizing say, on the bet me the provisional resource at Yaba, Ama Ghana, Yaja to say, this is the satisfied resource of my Ghana, your work. To Mr. say, MP never renew, say, Boom never renew, say, NBC never renew, and we are don't go, Mumma Nara. They accepted the results of the EC. Young to no more hoping to say, oh, wait a minute, yet, wait your William election, said the Biacano. You need our police station. Police station. A hot and an election, 8 million. It's Bomadin say, candidate Biela, who reponent. But no, I were vigilant. No, who say, who did Mapa at your candidate? Meant now. Monk or Mobia and win here. Emma, then the no election and Casa and as a resource now open when you and no team may blame easy. Easy in a good or Jinemu as neutral person. To my stress of Moninda or police station. Nasha said, wait me, I get Germany. I'm a resource now, especially bar. It's never. It's on my Ghana. Said the Ekano. Peace Council for Commodity. Mama assume Jumla, no on my intimate and developing. On my intimate, assume the intimate intimacy and mine. And I must see the green.
I'm never Magana, mine say, Yina Auto, Nina Butre, Naya Tima, Sunset, a race na, race and about 1 year or 2. Say, and out of Manchester, we are, you can come at another time. The message I can afford. Yina Auto, send in your dog and a peace country. Independent from an onion, Binas with you, and necessary. You never know, you need your Donia Cotoa, Abanas with you. Yet you are very young now, you with the December back for balance, Yaba. Yet you are with me up to 3 times less about Troca. Wait me about no, I could not see partner, when your partner, crying, Nani, I think I'm asking. Near Task with you, Sans Ghana, a peaceful country.
Can it say, Opa, you are interested to man. Ya wa do kwa boko na mse ye Ghana e best in Babotre, what to Aban, what to be a yard, the other to be a young one, what I show them, fine. Next, I send you for you to trust them, both the wage now or candy and now so I was so not in Topa, there be intermediate, or more better than the catch wrong said, or more, and now would send for to Aban, said you may ask which year, Ebeba, Ama, Yanni, and Mam, so you are smiling, Adriana Ghana.
Actually, yeah, best simple. Manko John, I want to argue no team now, and if I ever got to man, or no, I think now got to a man. I'm marrying with him now got to Maba. I did a little bit of confusion. No come up to Maba, no come up in this MPP. Chase a challenge on 1 hour. But I got to Maba, no come and this and no do no about it. Almost way, about Pasiabo. Every guy, I was simple.
Yes, in America, or the best of us will be.
About the meeting. About the meeting. Many time I'm not always I put in our photo about the meeting. Because what we are going to be at the same thing or the human photo. About a more woman, I'm into that. No matter one. There is no one who the way I may have a baby and found face their wish that means you know what to come and corner Macunia said. If I say a baby, I say I check a crack, and you're not quite a colony. Tiana, do a day in two first of one of more, but I put for me say, or no corner, and I'm near my head. Yeah, but you come home because if you're back of idea, no work, a clear, you do a real turn, and petrol, and dear, no, to put the crania, no, the ideas can be okay. But I said, some rabbit should be quite said. The idea we are a turn, same at home. You be a pen or torn out. Oh, I cannot be done. Homework, the has said 5 cities. What class 2 grandpa 5 cities. By a man will be this animal. It's like they are there, the host of Bob. I need to follow so no. See, I'm not no somebody dear. It's me a cousin. Ah, well. We are still calling. Meeting the man can be Cabana Comacasa forward of my person. I know you tell already, because I said, oh, to you, man, the calling. I am here, my move for so was a name at the Emerald from my name from the Giants. Yet the host of winning a bar by an intino, in the house your baby and send me a man in the head. They're finished. And the second year, I managed to know. We are back to my air, but you can't care for my tree and near far from a punk again. Yet, Nick a man you didn't gun about it. The Cassie a boy man, I feel I'm in the family minds and the third guy, the enemy man, you almost have been in far from my punk, you ain't trouble by me and
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP. I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Meet Kofi Aponso, a deaf blacksmith who is so talented at what he does. Now, as a lot of people come to him, how is he able to communicate to the people to understand? Even when it comes to pricing, how is he able to do that for the people to understand what exactly he means? As the world celebrates International Sign Language Day, we are here to find out how he is able to leverage sign language to be able to do his business to the understanding of the general public who come to him for the work. In a small workshop in the heart of Takwa, the sound of hammering metals fill the air as Kofi Aponso, a deaf blacksmith, meticulously shapes tools and repairs equipment. For the past 30 years, Kofi has dedicated himself to his craft, proving that disability is no barrier to mastering a trade. Growing up, his hearing siblings could easily engage with the world around them, but for Kofi, communication was a daily struggle because he was the only child born deaf among his parents' 6 children.
So our firstborn was actually a hearing. He was a male, and then same to the second person. And then the third born was also a hearing. The fourth born being a girl was also a hearing. And then the fifth, the same thing, a girl and a hearing. But I was the only one born deaf. Yeah, so what happened was that since then life has been very challenging, and then we are only left with 2 at the moment. But regarding the hearing and then the deaf side, I'm the only one being a deaf.
Speaking through a sign language interpreter, Kofi Aponso told me that he came to Takwa with his mother from Accra and he decided to stay there in order to make ends meet. Kofi sees his job as a gift from God because he didn't learn it from anyone, neither did he go to school to learn it.
So I'm actually an illiterate, and that I learned this profession myself. Due to my illiteracy, I was thinking about what to do. especially on the issue of employment. So my mother brought me to Takwa, and then a lot of my family members didn't know that I was alive. And I personally didn't know the living conditions in Takwa here. So my mother left to Accra, and then bought new tools back to Takwa. And then I started mounting the structure. And I continuously prayed to God. And then gradually, so we have some tools or some items that I used in cars, and they were the things that I began with. So I actually learned this profession myself. It has always been my dream. And then even sometimes I dream about repairing of tools. And that I became consistent and I concentrated on it. So actually learning of this profession was done by myself. Sometimes tools that are spoiled, I welcome people to bring them on board. And as a result, I tried perfecting myself with that.
However, his journey has not been without its challenges, especially when it comes to communicating with his clients. While he quickly learned the art of blacksmithing, interactions with clients became a persistent challenge. Despite his remarkable skills, Kofi's client's inability to understand the sign language, which is the language he understands, often forces him to rely on others for assistance.
Now when the person comes and then speaks, I may not hear. But depending on the tool the person brings and then the gestures being made, I would understand. If it's difficult, I would call in another hearing friend to actually listen and then explain it in such a way that I will understand. Once that is done, I communicate the price of the work to be done. That is the workmanship. If the person speaks in such a way that I don't understand, I quickly rush to beg someone to actually speak on my behalf. The person speaks to him, and then he explains to me, and that settles the issue. I actually have 2 hearing people that normally assist me. And in case one is traveled or one is not around, I call the other person to come in to assist. It actually becomes challenging. For instance, if I don't have any other person, these 2 people not available, I will have to rely on another person who is around and I can explain things such that I will understand. But the person speaking and me being a deaf is very challenging. When the person comes and is speaking, I let the person know right from the scratch that I'm a deaf, and that the person should be patient as I call in another person to come assist me.
This dependency, however, extends beyond basic communication. Negotiating prices for his services poses another significant hurdle. While our conversation was ongoing, a client came in with his business. Kofi has resorted to writing on paper to communicate the prices, but even this method has its drawbacks. He struggled to write the price correctly. He wanted to write 2,800 cedis, but ended up writing 20,800 cedis. But for the interpreter who accompanied me to conduct the interview, who was around to serve as a mediator, Kofi might have lost the business, or the client would have had to wait for Kofi to go and look for another person to help both parties understand themselves.
2,800. That's not going on. I'm not what's up, Andy? Maybe I'm Mamma Bufu.
Nonetheless, Kofi has a remarkable way of striking a deal with his clients, thanks to his honesty and the quality of his work. His reputation has earned him the trust of many, and even with the occasional misunderstandings, customers leave satisfied. He said his customers come from every part of Takwa and Swayam and the Prisiahuni Valley municipalities with their works, because he is the best at blacksmithing.
I actually have a lot of people coming around from diverse places. Some from Aboso here in Takwa, some from Swayam, some from Bogoso, a whole lot of areas. They all bring their work to my place, and I'm the only person over here. I'm the only person over here. I'm the only expert. Because there are a lot of tools that I have, a lot of people do not have that. They don't really have all those tools. And I'm the only person that makes a perfect work whenever they come around. I don't like deceit. I'm always honest with my work. Yes, a lot of them. Motorcycles, a lot of people have been coming. I sometimes even have white people coming around. Yeah, and then they even sometimes come to video whatever work that I'm doing. They video everything. Sometimes they even gift me, and they gift me millions.
According to him, the place he is operating from does not belong to him. Due to this, he is unable to develop the place to befit the work he does. He is therefore appealing to the general public to support him acquire land on which he can build the kind of structure he wants.
This land is actually not mine, but that of my masters. And it's my aim and my goal to actually own my own land in order to build a project or start this project such that it will actually showcase the work that I'm doing over here. I'm actually appealing at the moment that I have sponsors and people that could support me, secure my own plot of land, as well as establish my shop such that it will showcase everything that I'm doing regarding my work.
But for Kofi, the challenges he faces every day go beyond his workshop. He believes that his solution lies in the broader community learning sign language, emphasizing the need for inclusivity.
When hearing people come around, they try to speak, and I have to go beg someone to assist in that regard before I understand. Now that is really a big challenge and a big blow for us. Normally, it begins with gestures. He does his, and I try explaining the cost involved and everything. So we are pleading with the hearing community to actually be serious with the studies of sign language in order to help with our work. Thank you.
As we celebrate International Sign Language Day, Kofi's story is a reminder of the importance of breaking communication barriers between the deaf and the hearing community through the learning of sign language. I have come to Sign Language Empowerment Silanem Academy an organization which is helping in the training of sign language in basic schools in Ghana, to find out the progress made in the learning of sign language in Ghana so far. According to the Executive Director of Silanem, Richmond Baidu, the government and some organizations are making some interventions toward the learning of sign language.
Okay, so I think the government is doing a lot when it comes to the issue of sign language studies. For instance, if you go to the nursing and midwifery training colleges, if you go to the teacher training colleges, there is the teaching and learning of sign language in all these institutions. However, there are still some gaps that need to be filled, in the sense that these institutions, some offer them only for a semester. And I believe that this, in my own opinion, isn't going to help. Because once they move to level 200, level 300, everything has been forgotten. So I believe that making it compulsory throughout, from level 100 till they complete, will go a long way to assist, such that once they complete or they graduate, they can be of help to the deaf community. The next thing we can also talk about is in relation to the Ghana National Association of the Deaf, which is NAD. NAD has also introduced a professional sign language training at the University of Cape Coast UCC, where professionals, those who want to become professionals, also go there to have a formal education. However, there are still hitches, in the sense that you can imagine if a person who is a newbie or someone who is now learning or picking it up, it's going to be difficult for such an individual, and hence there should be avenues for new students to actually acquire sign language education. Also, National Association of Sign Language Interpreters Ghana, which is NASLIP, where I serve as a secretary, I believe that they are also doing their best by mobilizing all interpreters within the regions in order to be of help to the deaf community.
Richmond Baidu is advocating for the inclusion of the teaching and learning of sign language in the curriculum in the basic schools for students to learn the sign language, just as French is studied in the basic schools. He noted that his organization has begun introducing sign language in some basic schools. Through this, the organization has been organizing sign language quiz competitions for these schools to test their sign language fluency. Mr. Baidu believes that when the needed support is given to organizations to help in sign language training, the communication gap between the deaf and the hearing communities will be bridged to bring harmony.
B, C, D, E, F, J, H, I, J, okay, F for what? F for, you see, some of you are reading, some of you are yes, okay, F for this guy, F for.
So we are hereby advocating for the teaching and learning of sign language across all institutions, especially our basic schools. We believe that the introduction of sign language in the basic schools will help take off or unveil certain misconceptions that the society has about deaf individuals. Since these children are the next generation, we believe that even if the persistent issues are difficult to be dealt with, handling these children will help do away with these challenges that we are facing. We are hereby appealing that the government should try its possible best to include sign language as part of the school's curriculum. Just as French has been made compulsory now, we believe that it is possible to as well include sign language as part of the education curriculum in order to foster an inclusive society and also help the deaf community. Therefore, in our own small way, that is my organization, Silanem, that is Sign Language Empowerment, we have introduced a pragmatic adventure by introducing sign language into basic schools in Ghana. We are specifically located in Takwa, but annually we organize a sign language quiz competition by including all basic schools across the country, bringing them on board in order to also assist in the advocacy campaign. We are hereby pleading that the government should extend a supporting hand in the teaching and learning of sign language in the basic schools and across all institutions as well. So research has shown that children who are exposed to the teaching and learning of sign language have their brain developed to about 20 to 40%. This really tells us of the cognitive development on the side of our children if we enforce the teaching and learning of sign language. So I believe that the significance of sign language is not only limited to our deaf community, but will as well be beneficial to the hearing community as well. So we are hereby pleading to all stakeholders to come on board to assist in that regard. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever.
From Takwa in the western region of Ghana, my name is Thomas Tete, reporting for GhanaWeb.
I would like us to use this opportunity to pray for peaceful elections. I don't want this football field, this football game to have an effect on this. We have a peaceful country. We should leave it like that. The outcomes.
Ghanaians should open up their minds. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
I will tell all Ghanaians to be mindful and think of their kids, the generation, so that there will be no violence, there will be peace, because we don't have anywhere to go. Ghana is the only country we have now.
The 2024 election is something that we are all anticipating, and then one thing I would like to tell Ghanaians is to go to the polls and then actually vote. I mean, you have the right to make a decision for yourself and choose which leader you would want to come and lead you. You don't just want anybody or any other person to go and make a decision for you. And so you have the right to use your thumb to decide who you want to vote for, and then let that person, looking at their policies, if you think they are right, let them come and then do the magic that you want. Don't just let anybody decide for you. And then it should be peaceful, no violence. Don't push somebody or don't push your opinion on someone. So just go, do your thing, and then be back and then rest.
The peace message I have for Ghanaians is that we should all be advocates. We should all be campaign messages, or we should all advocate for peaceful elections. We shouldn't, we should go out, vote for the candidate we prefer peacefully. There should be no agitations, no, quarrels. Just go out there, vote. When you're done, you go peacefully back to your house. And then we should all, avoid violence.
The peace message to the nation is that everybody should vote. When you get there, you vote. You go back home. You don't stand and arguing, and then they will beat you up. When you vote, you go up, and when the result comes, you read it.
As Ghanaians, we need to go out and vote, but in doing so, we have to ensure that we vote peacefully and leave the premises after that. And generally, we want to see a peaceful Ghana after December 7th. So let's all do our part, and then we'll see 2025.
It goes without saying that Ghana is a beacon, an icon of hope, not just within the sub-region, but the continent as a whole. We've had a bit of difficulties, economic challenges, but as far as the peace and tranquility that we share, enjoy as a nation. It is one that even all the wealth of the whole world cannot purchase. So I'll just entreat everyone, in spite of even though the stakes are high, emotions are raw, that we go according to law, vote peacefully, and respect the will of the people.
As Ghanaians go to the polls December 7th to vote for their preferred candidates, presidential and parliamentary, it is expected that they do that in peace. And I want to join my voice or add my voice to that of the IGP and every other stakeholder who has been calling for sanctions or for some form of punishment for electoral offenders, that once such a thing happens, the security agencies should be on standby and, give the necessary punishments, for the lack of a better word, to persons or to electoral offenders.
Peace is critical in this particular elections because the stakes are high. We expect that the peace that we have enjoyed over the past election years will still prevail, so that at least businesses can continue to do business, so that the economy can continue to run without any fear and panic in the economy. So I would encourage Ghanaians, even as we enter into the election, even as we go to the polling stations, to, as much as possible, just cast their votes and then go back peacefully to their homes and then expect the results at the end of the day.
Let's maintain peace. We have one Ghana. It is Ghana and no other country. Let's maintain the peace. The peace is so important. Until you experience war, you won't appreciate what peace is. So let's embrace peace at all avenues, so that we can go to the waakye seller and buy our waakye freely and enjoy it. When there is war, there is no way we will feel free to go to the waakye seller and enjoy that early morning hot waakye. So let's maintain peace, let's embrace peace wherever, and let's be advocates of peace wherever we find ourselves. Let's encourage each and everyone to maintain peace before, during, and after the elections.
Ghana de shamama kwa ba edeba asemsebe kase boso ewo GhanaWeb TV we eyensemfo ahodo ya boaboa no ede free GhanaWebOnline.com so ena mede ba besomo mi amede kase boyi ebrem mediane eye mamieku ache nenedue enso me kase ebo no me kwa kohia ase ede free eye emrahye bedwam ehonom ena mrahye bedwani ede mo manfo mo wo eye South Dai aye friend no say Roxen Nelson Dafia Mekpo edi efuto kese pa edi akwakoma eye dom kese ba no dani ewo mahye bedwam eye afenyo marking meche Alexander Kwamina afenyo marking ni nyina ejina eye MPP ni NDC sensem ye ewo mahye bedwam omanfo enim say ababe todwa say speaker echirema enya de animanim ye obefre eye mahye bedwafo emombaba eye asetena da eno ena Dafia Mekpo ekasa edi afon na ochemu say sese netia dia enena Kwamina afenyo marking ye won so bon homodi an ko Supreme Court ekokoje eye constitutional interpretation efi honom esan so no de ogidi ye pa se speaker ogina eye constitution so eno didi eye ni juma metwa mensam so dia na mekwa kopie mu ewo eye Ministry of Education akache ehonom eno mo kasamafo aye friend no se eye kwesi kwaten na interview bi aye course so ewo 3 FM so ekoko wiem no na papa ateta ne kuku nsaka e de apie e de free edan ni mu enene se no mo kasa e de afa sama wodo ababeto dwa aye chema ene na nsan de ene Ghana asini aye so wodo a ewo hanom no ene wobekọ onom no ne mu chema expert ene acheche e de ama sukufo na fine ne kosisa no so ye deja ye pa eno ntina wose ye bi sa papa ehun sam ja ja wakwakoye kasamafo e de ama eye Ministry of Education de ene na fa nchechiremu ebra ne de oguso aye chechemu no ekoko wie mu se odi nchechemu by sai ene emo no omodi akwakoma eye FDA for amoma ye nchechemu ene fine no kotis eno so keka ne nsema fine ne kokko wie mu no ena chese owura no no netina eye dwumadi na sen aye Johnny Hughes edika asa ne papa na eka no nheda enti ase eno tinka we dia onko no nsambra ne nsem ye okan ye ena eye owura kwate echemu sa wanka se kwamia kwa esa wafa wadwen chese wadwen dada se nya dia ne ameka no obeti ase kokko wie mu na chese wasesa ne niema e dia free ye live interview no ase Minkonko piemo so ewo MPP amanyoko no akache ehonom ena ora a ye friend no say engineer Kwabena e Japan edin semfo bi atodwa ono oye enkane eye general secretary edema MPP amanyoko no na odin semfo bi ato eye professor Frimpong Boating enim a ochemu se nansen wonya ne ntie se professor edin semfo bi aba betodwa efa MPP amanyoko no otema papa wonsema okan e dia not enye ensem fatakra sanka wasa okan esansen onumpo eye Kwabena Japan wo honumi se eba no se government position ono ye ma ni bida na so at least wo Frimpong Boating den ko onim de ya ma okakra eno ti se nko bi kasa e de afa MPP amanyoko no bibi boni de na nkenu kwa se ekwakoye wo ye professor Frimpong Boating kra na me to me samson so de na me kwa kopie mo mampeni na nado dankwa ekufado akache adudi an adopremai watoto bi ye pan e de amane eye former president a Osanso Kwetu Franka e de ama ND Samanyoko no eye John Dramani Mahama na nansi e na John Mahama e de betu dwa se ase kufado na stand there no ankasa umu free abemu so de bia onam ha e na monto abama Bawumia o e na fa ecosystem mama so onjai sa de ne ye esansa abato no eye between ono e na afi eye Bawumia ntin konjo mumie no mo fa nhye so eno e na eye kufado e kasa fa ono chem se ono onjai ne onjai ne china aso adenko onko kasa ma independent candidate na onko kasa enfama wan eno ntino kufado eche mama wonsem na wo kanu jai kra no so enjai ti esan say se obeye din pa afa Bawumia ho de enya de besis enne anasa ochina mekwa ko wie mesam so dia na mekwa ko pie mu e wo Frankatoni e de ma MPP amanyoko no ono asompo na e mampeni abedi etire e wo Ghana hanu Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia ye ka say we de osimwe na omanfo enim se na sentem de ene in fact obeye abiliche wo Ghana hanu no o hye eye kaya yefo ibo yi ankasangase obe ene e dan de obesi bi e de amomo obebo no hombodi ase insanu djuma so de obekire omo na aba betodwa se otumi boa ye e ma kaya ye mai bi bako eye aduonu mienu mekire 22 oma beye a drivers 4 ewo eye Ghana hanoma ye kire mu se ene ayalolo bus bi e na chese omo ba be echi na ene djubedie na se no ene odikoto dwa se an nkofo bi die omo de omo ba no omo de pan ene omo sesa ye e de maka ya ifo so omo fanfan ko di djuma na so de ohu omo se ono da bi da onye sa da obebua masa nkofo e omo tumi akọ omo anim ene se wotumi abo omo apart from omo manya ensanu djuma no ebi mo so aye drivers a otumo se aye kama yie pan e wo Ghana hanom na hanso enam de meka sebo no ebeba ewieye mi amede ba besom mo mediane eye mame ekuache nya ka bia ne ba besom mo echiwe
You say who give you this rice?
It's Lydia. The whole of 8 years, this is the thing he can give.
So for the past 8 years, you've never received
you never received anything from Lydia apart from this one.
Oh, but you are in this constituency.
I'm in this constituency. I vote at Baleshi.
Oh, this is so bad though.
that is politics for you. This is cheap politics.
Hey.
Me, I can't take this thing and vote for you.
Okay.
So if because of this thing you are giving to buy me, you lie.
Okay.
My vote is not coming to you.
Okay, and Ebusian 4, you heard it right from the horse's own mouth. For evidence sake. For evidence sake. For evidence sake.
For evidence sake.
For evidence sake.
If he comes back and starts with song with him, we'll video everybody. Video the number plate and everything. Video in case or something. Yeah, we have video.
In this line of work, we get to travel and meet people from all walks of life. But the conversation we're about to have is not one of the ones you have heard or seen because of the area we are in. We are at Asin Kushia. It's in the central region of Ghana, and Kushia is actually regarded the cleanest city in Ghana. How that has become the case, well, we'll be honored to hear from the man himself, the traditional ruler of this area. Ehunabobrim Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sith is the paramount chief of the Asin Orenchi traditional area. Nana, I hope I got the pronunciation of your traditional area right.
Very correct.
And thank you very much for welcoming us actually into your beautiful castle, if that's what we can call this place.
No, palace.
It's a palace.
Yes.
Well, but it's majestic.
Thank you.
Arguably the biggest in Ghana, is that it?
I don't know. I don't mark my own answers. And I know I'm a Ghanaian.
Okay.
We Ghanaians, we exaggerate.
Well,
we exaggerate, so I'll let it pass.
Well, Nana, and you've put in a lot of work into this palace, which is a conversation we would have more and more when we get into this. But let's start from Kushia. Kushia is not just known for its traditional acumen, but more about how clean a city it is. Would you want to share with us how you've been able to achieve this?
Thank you very much for your question. It has not been easy. First of all, we as Ghanaians, we had the tradition of throwing away leaves when we used to eat from leaves. I remember when I was a kid going to school, I would buy rice and stew, and the lady would use the leaf to clean on her lap. And then I put the food on the leaf. After you finish eating, the natural thing to do is to throw the leaves away. In those days, it didn't matter. The leaves would decompose. So we were not littering. But the habit of throwing had been ingrained in us. So when this creature called plastic came, put our food in the plastic, after eating, we throw away, because that is the habit that we had inculcated in us.
Throwing away.
Of throwing away. So my problem was to stop the throwing away.
Okay.
So I tackled the school children, went to classrooms and told them that it's unhygienic to do that. So they should all help so that we'll make Kushia the cleanest town in Ghana. I told them that in my reign, I will not be able to make Kushia as big as Cape Coast, but I'll be able to make Kushia cleaner than anywhere else in Ghana if they support. And they supported. I empowered them. In Kushia, if you throw away, especially if you're an adult, if you're not careful, a 10-year-old boy will tell you, Papa, he says, I'm sorry, Daddy, here you can't throw here. So please pick it up. I told them to say please, but they should make you pick it up. And it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. Every Wednesday, we have a communal labor day. You don't go to farm, you don't go anywhere. We used it to clean the town and our houses, and we used to do our gardens. And so if you go to the town, you see normal houses, they've grown flowers. I love flowers, I encourage them.
Yes.
So Wednesday, they use it to do all sorts of, sometimes they don't come, and and so on and so forth. But then this is the human behavior. So really, it is empowering the youth and me making sure that they do what is right.
No, that's a good example. And actually driving through the town, we saw school children doing as you've mentioned, sweeping, weeding along the roadsides and things like that. Sanitation is always a big issue as a country that we faced. In bigger cities like Accra, it's been a thing we've struggled to deal with. is it the time for other bigger places like that to be looking at Kushia as an example to be learning from?
Well, every new thing gives an opportunity for people who feel that's a good thing to copy or learn or adapt. I remember I went to a conference and one Paramount Chief, Nana Yeji Mahine,
okay,
came to me and he said, "You are Nana Prajinsim." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "I've been looking for you for a long, long time because I heard that Kushia sanitation is on top and I want to come and find out how you manage this and have a conversation with you." I said, "Yes." Just under a month he came. He spent about 3 days with me here. We were brothers. We went everywhere. When he went back, at that time I had dustbins,
okay,
a lot. I sent 50 to him also to use. I was happy that somebody thinks that there's something good happening and he wants to copy. It's good. Me, I copy all the time. Secondly, somebody sent me a video, Nana Domahine.
Yes.
He had a 22nd anniversary or something, and he said he would not be good to end his anniversary without complimenting Hunabo Brim Prajin Semdesis for his sanitation work. I had never met the gentleman. I had never spoken to him. And I thought, wow, this is interesting. About 3 months ago, Omahin of Suba in Central Region, he called me. He said, "Nana, I'm launching my sanitation program in my traditional area. Can you please come and chair it for me and talk to the youth for me?" I said, "Sure." So I went to Brown Hartford. There I met Domahine. On my way to Suma,
okay,
Domahine was sweeping with ladies playing music behind him. He was sweeping and weeding from town to town. Apparently, he had also been invited to Suma.
okay.
And I got down from the car and I joined him. And it was joyous. The people there couldn't believe. So finally, we ended up there, and the rest is history, so they say. So maybe we can learn from each other. First, we must learn to understand that there's nothing wrong in copying. In fact, Domahine's example to me demonstrated how confident the gentleman is. He's a very noble man. To have sat on TV and say that my celebration will not end until I compliment somebody as he has never met. This is deep.
Now, Nana, those are examples that actually tell of maybe the need for people to, like you said, copy or follow, as it were. But Kushia is just on the lines of the River Pra, and we had the opportunity to actually go and see the extent of damage that has been caused to the river. You have been here as traditional leader for a few decades. What was the situation then and now, and how worrying a situation is it for you when you look at what the state of the river is today?
When I was installed as a chief here, I was taken to River Pra as part of the tradition, and I had a bath, let's say.
Okay.
And when I got there, I was quite reluctant to go and have a bath with all these things that they've mixed, in the bucket and so on, because I saw the fishes.
Clear water.
Clear. The water was clear. Clear. The definition of water. Clear. And then something came called Galamsey from the north side, and damaged the water totally. You can't see, it's like Milo. You can't see anything. And I believe some of the chemicals that they use are also poisonous to the fishes in the river. And so I can only say this in public and say that Galamsey, it is not good, it is damaging the whole country. Our future is at stake, but I have no power to stop it. So I concentrate on areas that I have little power and make it better.
But there are also people who believe that beyond political leaders making attempts to stop Galamsey, for instance, that our traditional leaders also play a huge and a major role in there.
Yes, that is true. And everybody knows in Ghana, politicians, security, traditional leaders, there's some of them are involved. Those who are involved, some of them have stopped others. I mean, I used to be a member of National House of Chiefs. We used to talk about Galamsey and the need for the traditional leaders not only to stop, but to advise their subjects not to do that. But that is as far as I think that traditional leaders as a group can go, and individually you can also advise your subjects not to get involved in that. But apart from that, there's nothing I can do. I don't have the power. If I were made minister for Galamsey, then we will see something. Minister against Galamsey.
That would be a position you gladly accept if there was any such thing.
Well, it depends. If one can get over the constitutional restraint of chiefs getting involved. I mean, I wouldn't consider it a political appointment because the constitution makes an exception to someone with special knowledge that can be used. The president or the authorities can employ even though he's a chief. But I don't think I have a special knowledge in Galamsey.
Okay, before we move on to other subjects, just a last one on this. Just because your community is on the coastline of the River Pra, are your people still able to fish?
No. It's poisonous. It's poisonous.
That's work that's been taken away from.
Yeah, they are redundant. Well, they come back to the land, and the little that they can get from the land is what keeps them alive.
Okay. Now we would just return after a brief break, and then we would continue with a conversation. This is still People and Places. I'm speaking with the traditional leader in Asinkusha, Nana Pra Ajinsem. That's it. We'll be right back.
Luckiest. Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Welcome back from that short break. My guest is Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sixth. He's the paramount chief of the Asen Orenchi traditional area. Nana, now this is your palace. It's huge, perhaps the biggest in West Africa, not even Ghana. It's a long story about how you came to achieve this. Would you be kind enough to let us in on when this vision started and how far you've gone with it?
I remember one day I was talking to my wife about Kushia, and she said, "You should build a palace. Oh, you should build a palace before you go. You should build a palace." I said, "Okay, I will." Little did she know that all her chop money would go into the palace. I started building the palace 13 years ago. You see this tree that we're sitting under?
Yes.
I planted it the same day, so they have the same birthdays, the tree and the palace, 13 years ago.
This tree's been here for 13 years.
Yes, and so has this building, which I haven't. The palace is not completed yet. So I want to be intergenerational leader. I went when I leave this wretched world, I want to be remembered for a long, long, long time. And one of the things that I selected to do, mainly to give my people employment, is tourism.
Okay.
So I decided to put up this palace that will attract internal tourists in the main. I mean, this building here, if you go outside Europe and this, they've seen it, this is nothing to write them about. But at least within Ghana, within my own people, if they hear that there's such a structure, they may want to see it, and therefore part of the tourism cocktail will be the palace, the fish ponds competition, the crocodile pond, the tomb of the unknown slave, and all part of the tourism offer that I'll be giving to the people, from students right down to executive directors and so on. So gradually, I'm not a wealthy person. Resourceful maybe, but not wealthy. So it's taken me a long time, but I've known palaces that took them 300 years to build. So I've done well with 13 years, and I haven't finished.
There are a lot of rooms, a lot of places like you mentioned, the slave tomb, as well as there's even a mini zoo right in here. But what would you say, or which of the places in this palace is your most favorite?
Oh, no doubt, my mortuary.
Your mortuary?
Yeah, I have a mortuary.
No, you have a mortuary?
Yes.
Right in here?
Yes.
A private one?
Yes, of course. It's not for public. That's why I have my own.
And it's your most favorite place?
Yes. It reminds me of my mortality. So it humbles me. So it's my favorite spot.
That's very interesting that you love the fact that there's such a place, because people don't think about death a lot.
No, but the death is not present. I'm not surprised, and I don't enjoy it. I don't think about it, but I prepare towards it because, as I say, I'm an ordinary human being. I must know I will go. So perhaps to the youth and everybody, you will go one day. So if you want to do insurance for your case or your family, do it, because you will go. If you want to prepare, every funeral, there are fights and because we don't prepare ourselves for the inevitable. We are running away from the fact that we will die one day. And then Hunabo Brim doesn't run. I face it, I prepare for it.
And now give us a mental journey around this palace. What and what? Apart from the few ones we've heard about, what would anyone see when they come into this palace?
First of all, they will see Ghanaian, what a normal, ordinary Ghanaian can do. That people will say that the biggest palace in Africa, West Africa, Ghanaians, we do exaggerate. That aside, they will know that we Ghanaians can do a lot if we apply our minds to it. I don't know if you've been around, but if you've been around, you've been to the banquet hall.
Yes, the one
you've been. Yes, you've been to Nyankwan Hall, where they're working. You saw the lights. It's in the form of canoe. It was done here in Kushia. The chandeliers are done by a welder that I use. I called him, and
the chandeliers we see up there were done right here.
Yeah. They were done. Well, they were done in Accra, but they were done in Ghana. Yes, my son designed it to them, and he called my welder, and we sat down with the drawing for him, and we both said, "You can do it," and he did it. So potentially, Ghana has a lot to offer. A lot to offer. Just show them the way. Just provide the leadership. When I was young, there used to be a company called Elang. It was a furniture company. It's in Swiss.
Okay.
They came here. They trained the Ghanaians, master carpenters, became one of the best master carpenters in the world. They trained and they were able to perform. So one of the areas, and also the fact that this building, most of it have been built by locals in Kushia. The masons, the laborers, the painters in Kushia. I didn't bring any mason I brought a supervisor, but it's all the mason carpentry work.
Were done right here.
Right here by the boys around. By the boys around. At worst by Ghanaians. And I'm very proud of Ghanaians.
Nana, is there a name for this tree?
Oh, rain tree.
Rain.
Popularly known as rain tree.
Is it because of the shed?
I don't know, but it's. I knew it. I copied it from a friend of mine. He's deceased now, called George Hammond.
Okay.
And I went to his house in Cape Coast. I used to be a regular visitor. So I saw that. I said, "Wow, this is bigger than my umbrella."
And it's something you want to have.
Oh, so the first thing I planted it the very day that I was doing the foundation.
Ooh. I see. As a traditional ruler and as a chief, you must be very busy. How are you able to juggle that with your everyday life and perhaps your private life?
Yes. Chieftaincy is a calling. When you are called, what you have, you give to your people. When you are not called and you become one, what they have, you will take. And it's not only chieftaincy, maybe it's leadership, I don't know, but my experience, the most painful part of chieftaincy to me is loss of privacy. I like to enjoy myself, with my friends, my family. Then, we go to a place, we go to a board meeting, let's say Takrady. I have friends who will come on, Nana, let's go, there's a spot here, let's go and have fun. You enter the place, somebody say, "Oh, Nana, good evening." That's at the end of the evening.
Takes away all the fun.
Yeah, it's gone.
But are you able to juggle it? You've been doing this for decades. Have you gotten used to it already?
No, you never get used to losing your privacy. Never. It's very funny. When I used to live in England, and when I read about the royal family pleading for their privacy to be preserved. And I just say, but what's the matter with you guys? You are people's people, and maybe they would like to know what you do. Then I realized that, I see. It must be separate indeed. It's the worst for me. Maybe it is because of who I am.
Okay.
Maybe for other leaders, that doesn't come into their equation because they don't like the life that I like. So they like staying at home and being proper, so nobody will find them anywhere that you're not supposed to be and say good evening, Nana.
And it messes up everything.
Yeah.
Nana, are you a king?
Yes.
But we've heard this argument over and over again. People refer to the Constitution, for instance, that does not state anywhere that there's any king in Ghana. You consider yourself as a king?
Yes, I do, because the Constitution of Ghana aside, the word itself is an English word. It is not a Ghanaian word. You can't alter it. The English man or woman who speaks the language defines who a king is. And he says that a king is a traditional leader from out of hereditary. Mm-hmm. He must be a male and of no superior. Believe it or not, I'm male. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm occupied this out of hereditary.
Okay.
And I have no superior over me. So by English definition, I am a king. But I don't care what title anybody gives me. But that's a straightforward question. And that's where perhaps I have a disagreement with my brother Domahine. He doesn't define it like I do. I use English word. The English said from hereditary, male, and of no superior. I sat here because I was a prince.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm a male. And I have no superior over me. Nobody, no human being, it's in terms of chieftaincy, superior over me. No human being. And that makes me a king. But call me whatever you really like, I don't care. I mean, I'm more interested in developing and making sure my people are happy with me than the semantics.
So yours has really got nothing to how you are referred to.
No.
It's in the practice, what you do.
I happen to be a lawyer. I never allowed anybody to call me a lawyer. Never.
Okay.
And the calling is not what matters, it's the speaking. People will know whether you are or you are not. You understand?
Yes.
Right.
Well, Nana, I couldn't avoid seeing a very beautiful thing here. It was a carriage in this palace.
Yes.
The type we would see in England. I mean, the last time I saw something close to that was during the funeral of the late Queen of England.
Yes.
Nothing close to that. But I saw one right here in this palace. Is that something you use?
No, actually, you're the first press men and ladies that have come here since I got the royal carriage. I've never used it.
Okay.
And I don't know when I'm going to use it. But I've always had challenge about being carried by another human being. It has been something that has bothered me for a long time. I ask myself really and truly, and I'm not saying this frivolously, I mean it. that another human being carrying me, I found it offensive. I am nobody to have that privilege of being carried by another human being. I know that it's a tradition, it's custom, but there are several practices that we have stopped. I mean, I have never seen it, but I heard that when the chief dies, they will kill people to go with the chief so that those people will serve the chief somewhere, wherever he's going. That I have heard used to be the custom and tradition. So we should do that today. So if somebody kills somebody close to you because somebody thinks he's so important that he has died, and when he goes, he needs people to serve him wherever he's going. Is that correct? The Constitution of Ghana, I think it's Article 272C, give the chiefs the opportunity to eliminate, that is the word used, to eliminate outmoded customs and traditions, and that is precisely what I'm doing.
So you're working around...
Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think that the time has come for me to look at that particular aspect of culture. To me, it's an abuse. For me. So it lasted a long time.
Okay.
And it did because I didn't find alternative. I saw the reason that they will carry their leader and so on. I could read the mentality. And I delved into history a little. You know, when the white people came and enslaved us, they will go from the coast right down up to go and buy slaves and bring them. They were in a hammock, and the blacks were carrying them with their helmets. I suspect that when they left, our people saw it and they liked it. I suspect.
Okay.
So maybe copying is okay. Good copying is even better. So maybe they saw it and adopted it. Or maybe in those days also there were no streets, no cars, no roads. So when they're traveling with their leader, they thought out of respect, they shouldn't let the leader walk
on it. Okay.
They will carry. I can understand those rationale.
But you don't think that it's still relevant today?
We have cars, we have roads, nice roads. If you want to show, if I want to show, I'm being very careful here, going I, because it is me. I have decided to do what I'm doing. You see, and if I want to show the history of Ghana, how they carried one leader from one place to another, I'll bring them here. My palanquins are there. I will show them that this is the palanquin that they used to carry me. Then from there, we've changed. We've come to royal carriage. And besides, I saw the royal carriage in some other countries. For me, it was more comfortable, and it had dignity. Some royals use horses. Some animal lovers are objecting to it.
Wouldn't that be the case here?
No, I motorized it.
It's motorized?
Yes, so my henkwa will sit down, dressed traditionally, nicely, tying, and I was sitting with my queen mother. I put air conditioning inside. It's more comfortable.
This has been well thought through, and
yes, it has.
You've gotten exactly what it is that you want to replace this. Like you mentioned, after all this while, you've been able to achieve this.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you would hope that other traditional leaders also, much as you say you personalize it, but do you think that it's something others should also be considering?
It will come. It will come. Some people are quick and have enough confidence not to care about who started it first, and they see the rationale behind it. They like it. They will come. It will happen. That's how culture is dynamic. It's not. As I gave you an example of somebody leader dies and they kill. They say it changed it. There's a lot that we have changed, and what is this? And besides, in the olden days, whereby people out of love will carry their leaders, and these days we pay for it,
Yes.
Well, I pay for it. If they want to carry me, they bargain with my elders. Then they charge me and I pay. So what is the point? What is the point? It's not out of respect or deference or I don't know what to say. So I said, no, this thing is offensive to me. It is not right. Because I have male children. If you tell them that they should go and carry me, maybe I won't agree. So other people's male children, it doesn't matter. Of course it does matter.
And I'll take you back to when you spoke about the artisans who built this place.
Yes.
And we speak about unemployment a lot in this country. There's no work. But we have very skilled people. If going by what has been done in this palace is anything to even go by, then we should not be worried so much. Why does it seem like Ghana is not taking advantage, or we are not moving along the lines of industrialization as it should be, when we have all these skilled people around?
I think that really and truly, honestly, I'm the wrong person to answer this. I don't have power to I mean, the little things that I do here that will employ the youth within my limited resources I've done. But most countries are managed by governments, not traditional leaders, politicians. So I leave it that with them.
So
I'm not a politician.
It's at the doorsteps of politicians.
Yes, I don't know how to do politics.
In all of the things you've done, have there been any particular figures or traditional rulers, anyone across board or sector that you have looked up to, who have influenced some of the things you've done?
Oh, all my life I've learned from the best. And whilst those that I have learned from, I have never even met them in my life.
Okay.
I hear that Yasantua was a brave lady, and if I get the opportunity and I get a book, I will read. And from there, I may learn a lot. There are people in the world, international, that I have admired, that I have read their biographies and have learned a lot. And I have Ghanaians. This palace, the basic idea may be mine, but where it's ended up, it's not. Because I have friends who will come here and they say, Nana, if we did this, don't you think it would be better? Think about it, it's better, just demolish and do it. So I've learned from various people. Various. And the reason why I cannot mention, say in Ghana, I cannot mention people's name, not because I want to play funny. No. I will mention just like that. Especially those I've learned from, they have helped me. The reason why I can't do that is that most people whose help I've appreciated are people who helped me during my socialization process. when I was a kid. My mom, my father, my teachers, my head teacher, and people like that, they have impacted my life. When I grew up, I went to England when I was fairly young. So those who perhaps I can mention are those that I met. No, I didn't meet, those that I read about. But in Ghana, I've had plenty of help. The normal, nothing spectacular.
Now, Kushia is perhaps one of the towns I have seen as many statues as we have in Ghana. A lot of statues. Why do you have so many statues? And right in front of this palace, there are a number of, will I call them totems?
Yes.
There. Tell us the significance of all of these.
Statues. Have you seen my statues?
No,
Since
I
you've been
haven't.
here, I don't have.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, because it is not relevant. The totems, as you see, it's part of the design for the palace to show what Africa can do and to tell the story of how deep our philosophers, our ancestors, when they give you a creature, when they tell you that they give you a proverb, that there's a creature who has one head and two heads and one stomach. And yet when you put meat there for them to eat, they fight over it. I don't know of any country that has produced philosophers that have reasoned that way. So that is why I'm demonstrating, I'm exhibiting the primitive intellectual capacity of my ancestors.
You have a crocodile pond just right outside your palace. Why are you keeping crocodiles?
Because when I came from England, I had never seen a crocodile before, and I wanted to see crocodiles. I think this may have come from conversation, and I was told that I had to go to Paga. And clearly that was nonsense. I've been to secondary school, first year biology. I have to go to Paga before I see crocodile. So I got excavators, I dug a hole, put water inside, and went and got some fingerlings of crocodiles, put them there, and that's where they are. Just to show, please, sometimes Ghanaians will make you a hero when you don't deserve it. This is nothing. Aquatic habitat, you didn't do that secondary form 1. Then why are you traveling all the way? I'm not saying you shouldn't go to Paga by all means. If I get the opportunity, I will go to Paga too. I'll go anywhere in Ghana for that matter. But we can create a lot in our space. That's what I'm trying to prove.
Now there's a grave that you call the grave of the unknown slaves?
The tomb of the unknown slave.
Tomb. What's the story around that?
I have a very good historian. His name is Ankra, a brilliant historian. And I called him to research into the history of Orenchi.
Okay.
With the Kushia as the Ahinkro, the capital. And clearly, and he supported this by evidence, both Ghanaians and the English, the colonials. And it was that the slaves going to the south, being taken to the south. Remember, there were no roads, no highways, nothing. They walked through the bush. And he said Kushia was one of the places that they walked through because of the Pra. They will follow the banks of Pra,
Okay.
which is going down to the coast. So a lot passed through here. And as soon as I said that, I said, wow. Then I can use also the slave story in Kushia. Because clearly, a lot did pass through here. And I said to myself, what can I do to use this also to enhance my tourism program? So I was thinking about it. Then I remembered the tomb of the unknown soldier. If you go to European countries in the capital, you will see a statue of the tomb of the unknown soldier. When the general dies, they will give a statue of the general, his face, everything. He was born this, but the ordinary soldier, nobody did that for the ordinary soldier. They just represent them by a tomb of the unknown soldier who died to save this country. So I said, then I'll do the tomb of the unknown slave.
Which is a beautiful tomb.
Thank you. And to immortalize them and show respect and empathy. Try and put yourself in their space and see how they suffered for this country. I want the kids to see this. And they will ask questions and you will tell them, this gentleman very likely traveled about 300, 400 kilometers. By the time he got here, was so weak, he died. I've given it a name, so that the youth will feel the ills of slavery. That is why any custom, tradition that has a slave connotations must be destroyed. Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. It is still there. And we ourselves, we use that when people get positions, they use that to suppress. They use that to enslave. We haven't emancipated ourselves from mental slavery yet. So we use it every day. If you see a headmistress, when she appears, even teachers run away. If you see managing director, he goes in the lift, nobody can go into the same lift. Hey, if you see some minister coming out of that, hey, let alone with AK-47. Now, these may not be necessary.
The Kushia story is a beautiful one, I mean, without a doubt. And if anyone was coming here, what would you want to tell them? Or what kind of memories would you want them to live here with, beyond the obvious?
What is obvious to you may not be obvious to me. Apart from, we've passed the sanitation, now we are in the pretty state. I want Kushia to be the prettiest.
Prettiest.
Yes. The neatest and the prettiest. You saw the flowers, the yellow flowers, and I had these flowers there. When they were doing the road, they just destroyed them because they expanded the width of the road. And so I just want the person, I have a signboard, leave Kushia as you found it. I want the person to have a mentality that he's going to replicate that in his own village, town, hamlet, whatever. That's what I want.
Ehunabubrim, Nana Pra, Ejensem, the set. Thank you very much for speaking with us. Lengthy conversation. I have learned a lot from. I know I've stolen a number of things I want to replicate in my house one day. And we are grateful for the opportunity. It's such a great honor. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
So that's been our guest, Nana Pra Jensem, the Sith traditional paramount chief of the Orenchi traditional area. Thank you all for joining us on this episode of People and Places from Asin Kushia here in the Central Region. Until another time, be kind to one another. My name is Eche Atisu.
About 1 year, I'm trouble. I'm not going to go back around to. The girl I make a bra, or man, I don't know. So, go for you to grab a deal by Wiswa. The people to have the one button there, I mean, who 2 year old Sophie and Wada. The very need your winnie, because Mamma Winia over him, bro. But also we over him, bro. 2 years. Now, but I'm going to go to any. I'm not going to ask him, and I don't catch on one.
Welcome to another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today at the Dome Market, I speak with Emmanuel, who sells pineapple. I want to find out from him why he decided to sell pineapple at a very young age or at his age. Join me as we speak with him. My name is Victoria Chebafo. Me who say oto abrobe. Person bisa say o sha say ebia infie saying.
Oh, I check. By years, no, I mean, kind.
Simply because o sha say no kwala brem no. Na eden na person ye wo we are sell by say obi ho no e bia person me go school wie na be doctor ni lawyer and na say na person ye den.
Oh, me there na person me business. Because me ka say e bia one me person me lawyer, penny, doctor penny, police penny, ana impo soja penny bi kura na mi ni o penny bi o school na makoni na ebe kwa because this year na Ghana no ansa na wo be kwa wura edwuma bi wura be lawyer no age wa fa penny bi so eno kura no ye fra bi protocol eno kura no ube hunu no age wo kura sa because of say oye hu ni pe bi anase oye we yansa na yetimi afa wo ba pa say unnim penny bi awom ya so ko anhwe kura na ene ma ebe mo atotototo wo betuatua no at the end of the day no kura na yansa so mfawo so abaka agu enti mi dia mi hu say fine mi ko school no mi make business even kura mi ko SS no business na me ye business for school enti na me ba edu weekends na ma beton pineapple edu man na mi ko school sa na me ye ti mi ami we ya no na mi ami class no ebia metna sa ebia me application akopa eduma obi wo ani pano even at the end of the day no kra no e month ne beso no aketu ade be ma no kitu ebi eno so kra na wan konya ni papa be California so ati ase be California because when me say eduma no to accountant ma bet me eja anytime tin California ni be mu dia wa anyonya o say nja because me so ja o sika ase ti me metna se plan say ni asadia baka ko fa pineapple na ma den maton ni nyina eye adwuma ni bi at the end of the day no na me beto ni hire nsuo e de egusu a menye bi edi menye bi ahwe mabusua menye bi so asevi ni nyina me a me de me hu wura mu no say eye mame pressure bi anso nim tamam pe na me ba tamam pe na me pon because obi adwuma no yale kura so ukọ yale ni nyina echi kura no boso me beso no kura no aketua ne sanso mma aso ayo California afi na adeka ebia mi ken e bedru on e bia na o parent eniska na bia woni mo bia nso a wo kɔ no so kɔpem moa be bia o ye adwuma no obi a obi ton aduane wo hɔ a e bia nipa ne be hu mɔbɔ sɛ ene ma me ma obi boso me so a ojo aketua na no ayi media da e dia abele me ba na me sɛ boso me ne ba so nso ama me ne ba California na sɛ aduane na ankaza ojo aketua no wodi emu half e wo aduane nto di ye na aye so aja sɛ ntim da ma ha me ho kra sɛ koyo obi adwuma
ti mdome akra ha na ewo na sɛ wo fi baby na oba
baby na me ba
wo fi
ni fi obo ase me ni kwaku manu
wo menu otwa
movie me nyina ni fi obo ase
ti obo ase hono na wo ye pineapple na wo ban kran hanom no na be ye pineapple
na me ye go de adwuma o de na me ye go de adwuma but me ma me mo e ba ha e be settle wa ha sei ti aso me settle wa ha no ana ma o de yen kwala ni nyina so ye de e ba ti e ba no ama mi kuro mu ono ma nko se mi ko ye adwuma o because of say me busu afo nyina wa ha nti aya na mi ko school aya na mi ko JSS aya na mi wie SS e wa ha nti na se me fa ne se bia makaha na e onu go de adwuma no so sisi ano aban na abla na sinti wintimi nka se o koye ene no so enye because say nsuo no ko ntino ama me ba say no aya na matna na me di me da start me own business me ye
na just say we SS na pe and now start
da bi me SS na me ye na me ye ana me ka say edu weekends me beton Saturday and Sunday Monday na me go school sana na me ye because me papa ni bi ma me ni bi timi me fa o how en ko to mo so because of say en kula no ye doso ti nya me nko me anti o say isu me create bi ma me say be ya me side no en ko ye we nti na me be ya skana me nya no na me go school for week no yes anti me we SS no ana me ya me to aso na me ye ti ma ha me ho say ikoye obi adwuma although me ne ma me bi ko ton nua nua no de ana ma me ne ye me no eni anje ho bad oh boso me ne be so no na ma chem be 3 weeks asa na ketwa na aba ti me ya me hu se we ne be boa me na anam de de me hu be shey
ti wo enua no we enua fo ho no ma omo ko school na so mo so we ya bi no mo ye
ko school omo ko school ba ko awie JHS I say on wa electrician on wa ye na adwuma ba ko nso wie SS on so surveyor na me so me wa hanti me so na me pia mo kakra
apart from say bia we dia wo ton a bia we skadi film meto aduane mo ho no but me do say suba ka say fitim ra wo sha za wo ton pineapple to me aye say ni an
o ene be ble
nti edu e dey say pineapple no de ba dodo se na de ba na dodo se so na wo to me ton
oh pineapple no ebo no en sheda nye standard and I say ebo no sheda nye because enne no e bia na obekọ obetumi akonya bi ba ko 5 cedi ade chi obekọ obetumi akonya ne mensa 20 ade be chi obekọ no obetumi akonya ne ba ko 10 cedi enti ebo no engina fa ko but o down the bar when the way abeton na at the end of the day no obenya bia ade beto aduane adi
so de we dra wa ba market sada na ba ye yanto bibi cry esipen
na me ya dum de bia me ba ye tobi e ma me nya bi didi se me ka se me ba ma ba wa bla me nton ba kokora ya na me ye bonia ye ni ma ye nya me bonia ye ni me ba ye se ma nya bi ato aduane adi ma ton bi me bi akoto aduane but I don't know the day no nya me be che no woni nyam.
So you heard it all for yourself from Ima. This is what he also has to say about his life. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheba. I'll see you in the next episode.
our children, our mothers, our grandmothers would need peace to live. When there is war, it is our mothers and children, the grown-ups, the old ladies who suffer. And you don't want to take them through that kind of stress. Besides, we are the young ones, the energetic, whose hands lies the future of Ghana. And we are trusting that we will all work to protect our future, our very lives, and also protect the future of this country. We cannot afford to jeopardize our own lives through elections. Election is supposed to bring peace, is supposed to gather the views of people into governance. And so it is very important for us all as people, as the youth of this country, as well-meaning citizens of this country, to work towards the protection of our beloved country, Ghana. I hope we will all do that, and to ensure that we continue to develop the democratic, heritage of this country, so that this country will become a better place for us all to live in the future.
We enjoy the peace that we have, but then I think because a lot of people think Ghanaians are peaceful, right? They think we can't be violent. The only thing is that I urge everyone to make sure they go and vote peacefully, but be ready for anything, right? But then be peaceful. Don't go and incite violence, right? Just be peaceful. Yeah.
Please make sure to vote wisely. After you're done voting, just go home and sleep. If you're like me who won't vote, just sleep in your house, watch your television, go on social media, and then enjoy the day.
Everybody should make sure not to try to bring any form of violence, be it hate speech or anything that would urge anybody to bring anything. So please, we need peace in Ghana.
Actually, December 7th, Ghanaians, especially those who have attained to the age of 18 and above, they have to exercise their right as citizens of Ghana to go and vote peacefully and return to their various homes for the winning candidates. We know who we want to be in the affairs of this nation here. For that one, it is a secret ballot. Yeah. But all what I can say is it's not a war. It is nation building. So I will encourage each and every one to exercise our Ghanaian spirit that we have since our independence. There's nothing like snatching a ballot box, and moreover to the political parties, especially the presidential aspirants. They should exercise some patience, and then some words that they are fond of using, those vulgar words. We Ghanaians, we are not after those stuff. It's about your message. Yeah. We are discerning as a nation. So your message carries weight. Me, anytime I get to the ballot box, what the candidate says that he or she can do is what I'll base on it to vote. So their manifestos, their policies, because if you look at the successive government, at least they are doing a little bit about what they said to we Ghanaians. For me, it's a message. So I treat Ghanaians also vote based on message, not tribal and all those stuff.
Let's vote peacefully and make sure that we make the right decision. Because at the end of the day, if we make the wrong one, we'll have to take another decision again, and it will take us back. Ghana will rise again. I have one question for all of us. If Ghana, NDC and MPP are drowning in a ditch and you have one person to save, would you save NDC, MPP or Ghana? I rest my case.
Just live. I mean, be happy. Don't take anything seriously, especially this election. It will come and go. Just vote for whoever you want to, and chill. Life is too short. Just take it easy.
My message is very simple. Go and vote, eat and sleep. When you wake up at 5, turn on your radio or watch TV or go to your polling station, go and listen to the results and go back. Go and monitor the rest. If your party wins, fine. If your party doesn't win, after all, the parties will come and go. MPP won. They've been in for 8 years. What happened to you? If there's a policy that affected you, good. NDC came, they left. If they come again, whatever you do, your small portion will be yours. Whatever you do is what you have in hand is what they said. The bird in hand is worth more than 1,000 in the forest. So whatever that you do yourself is what that will benefit you. So make sure you don't infiltrate or do anything that can, I don't know how to put it, but that will instigate less violence. If they call you and I, we love our soup. I won't go and fight. So if you don't go and fight, let's go and enjoy our food.
On Tuesday, September 17, 2024, students of the Christian Methodist School in Accra attacked one of their teachers. What was the crime of their teacher? He prevented them from copying during the West African certificate examination. We have the teacher here to narrate the ordeal he went through to us. It's in the person of Mr. Walter Yesuto. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, it was a very difficult experience for you, but we'd like you to go through what you went through with us.
Okay. So, like you said, it's very difficult, but I'll try my possible best. Yeah. So on Monday, which was 16th. So on 16th, Monday, the visual arts students wrote their last paper, which was integrated science. That was a core subject. So after they were done with the paper, they went to lay ambush outside the school, waiting for us to come so that they will attack us. So one of the students, who was a girl, heard about it, and she came back to the school to come and tell us that, there are a number of students outside, they want to attack you. So we asked them, why? Why would they want to attack? And they said, sir, you didn't allow them to cheat in the WASI. That is your crime. And I said, really? So I thought she was joking. But my colleague alerted me that, Charlie, the students can do that. So I'm in the Department of Physical Education, and I was with my head of department. So we have a rapport with the area guys, because they come and use our pitch to play football in the evenings. And there are days that they buy balls for us as a department because they've been using our pitch, you know. So we talk and we have the rapport with them. So they came and asked us why the students are outside like that, because under normal circumstances everybody is done and they should go to their houses. Why are they there? And we said, oh, this is what we have heard. So those boys said, okay, so we can't leave you to go like that. We will help you, but what can you also do? And I said, okay, so we can call the headmaster to call the police, Ghana police. At least they should be around. So assistant headmaster was called, and then he also called the police command. So immediately they responded and they came. Patrol team came. I think they were not less than 5, I can recall. Yes, so when they came, the students were there. They were breaking the louver blades and causing mayhem in the school, but they were not closer to where we were. So the moment the police came, they started running helter-skelter. So the police drove them out of the school. So at that particular time, the area boys also told us that, okay, so let's move. So they were escorting us. So they were around us and we were in the middle. So they escorted us little by little until we got to the junction where we could pick our car. Can you imagine that one of the boys actually tracked us right from the gate of the school till we picked a car to go home? He was tracking us. Yes. So we went home, and then we thought that was their last paper, so they are not coming around again. And so the next day was the 17th, which was Tuesday. Other students were supposed to write economics. So we came, I was invigilating again. So we came, and then we invigilated. Then after invigilation, we realized that there are students who didn't write economics, but they are in school uniform. So it means that the visual arts students came back in school uniform. Yes. Even though they didn't write paper, they came back to come and lay the ambush again. So like it happened on Monday, the area guys came out with us again. Now this is what happened. When they came out, we were moving. This time around, the moment the patrol team or the police were at the demonstration, you know, that was the day NDC protested for the this thing, the voter register. Yes. So the boys surrounded us, the area guys surrounded us, and then they were escorting us. So while they were escorting us, these students this time around threw water sachet at them. So they came back. They were furious. They ran back, and then they were chasing the students. They want to catch them again. And I was telling them that, oh, this is just water. It's not anything serious. You leave them and let's go. So they left them, and then they returned. Just in about 2 minutes, they started throwing stones at them. This time around, I told them they should leave them. They didn't mind. They went back looking for anybody in school uniform around that time to beat, because as at that particular time, we had closed the exams and everybody is supposed to be at home by then. So they
so it was the area boys who were running after the students.
Yes, after the students threw stones at us. Okay. So they went back. So while they were running after the students, I told my HOD and the other teacher that, oh, now the focus is not on us. So let's hurry up and leave the place. They said, okay. What you are saying is true. So we hurried up. And then halfway the journey, we saw that there was another ambush waiting for us. And we couldn't go back because the other squad were also using the other path. So that is where we stood. And then passerbyers decided to talk to the students. Oh, why do you want to? And they were bold. They were bold, telling them that they didn't allow us to cheat. He is too strict in the WASI. That is when we realized that they were not targeting anybody apart from me, because the teachers they went closer to the students and they were stopping them and they were talking to them. Do you get it? Yeah. So in the attempt to leave where they were, I saw that the boys, the area boys, the boys they pursued, they all came around, and they were about 30. Yes, about 30. If you watch the video, we have about 13 seconds video. If you watch the video, they were about 30. So they outnumbers the other four teachers excluding me, and they hit me with the fist, one with the elbow, and then others with stones, you know. So there was a man, so I can even show you the wound. There was a man who was eating in his shop. So when he saw what was going on, he saw that, oh, the students were more than the teachers. He left his food. I think he was eating cake. He left the food, and then he came. So he's the one who came to cover me. And said that I should come. Can you see that I was eating, but I came for you? Come. So he shielded me and sent me to his shop, in front of the shop. And he told me that I should sit down. So the shop has glasses. So I was telling him that they will throw stone at your glass. And he said I shouldn't worry, I should just sit down. They can't. Stone came. But it didn't get to where I was sitting. I mean the glass, I was sitting closer to the glass. It didn't get there. So that was when the other teachers and the man, he had some colleagues, they also came around, and then they did a human fence in front of me, and I was sitting down on a plastic chair, the thing was paining me very well because there are places that the stones hit, even though it didn't create an external wound. Within, I could feel the pains. So I sat for more than 45 minutes. Okay. And then he saw that the students were gone. I think when we were sitting there, we saw that one policeman passed by. So that time, I had the opportunity to call headmaster. And I told headmaster that this is what is happening right now. So please, I beg you, if you can call the commander so that he will send some rescue team to come and rescue me, because I am finding it difficult to actually move. He said, okay. So in about 10 minutes time, he called back and told me that commander is not picking the call, but he was able to get a patrol team leader. The patrol team leader said where they are is not close, anywhere closer to Christian Methodists. So I should find a car, maybe a taxi, and use another route and then go back home. I said, okay, I hear. So I called Assistant Headmaster Academics too. And I told him that he should help me. He should also call police if he knows some. So he also called, but he didn't get to them.
So all this time the students were still waiting?
The students were around. You can see them loitering around because the men were standing in front of me and they were shielding me. They were not able to come closer. So after Assistant Headmaster also called and said that he couldn't get them. I think the students left. So when they left, the man told us that now that they have left, we should come. So the man and his friends shielded us again. They sent us to the roadside, waited for a car, and then we entered the car. Now when we entered the car, the man did very well. Unfortunately, I was in great pain, so I couldn't ask for his name. But when I see him, I can identify him.
Okay.
So he made the driver stop. He looked into through the window to check those in the car before he told the driver to start moving. Yeah. So that's what he did, and then the car started moving. So when I got to my junction, I didn't alight at the normal place. Yes. So I went to another place. I alighted, and then I used another route to the house. That was what happened on Tuesday, 17 September 2024. So when I got to my coordinator master, and he asked if I'm home. I said, yes, I'm home. I said, okay, so I have to report at the police. And I told him that what is happening to me right now, I'm not sure I can go to the police station. And then I am afraid I can't go out. I can't go out right now. And he said, okay, but I have to report. So tomorrow, God willing, I should do that. So I went to the police station the next day, which was, I think, Wednesday, and reported the issue to the police. And then they gave me a medical form. And then they took my statement. So I wrote the names of the boys, those I could remember as at that time. There were a lot of them in the video or during the time the issue was happening. I know their faces, but their names I wasn't able to remember at once. So I wrote those I could remember, and then I gave the statement, and I went to the hospital.
Okay. Did you share the video with the police?
Yes, I did. I shared the video with the police. I shared it with my headmaster. So headmaster asked where I got the video from. And I told him that what happened was that when I got home, another student who completed the previous day, she used to buy food for us. So we'll call her, we'll send her, she'll buy food. So she used to come to our office. So she saw the video. And so she called and said, sir, where are you? Are you okay? And I said, why? He said, I've seen you in a video. And the way they were throwing the stones at you, I don't think you are okay. That's why I'm asking. And I said, well, it actually happened, but I am safe now. And he said, oh, I'm very sorry. And I said, where is the video? He said, oh, I can record it from somebody's state. And I said she should do it and send it to me. So she recorded the video and sent it to me. Okay. And then I forwarded it to the headmaster.
So you mentioned having some injuries.
Yes.
The doctors checked?
Yes, the doctors checked. I went, the surgical officer checked, and I was given medication. And then she wrote a report, and then I sent it back to the police station.
Okay. With this, we'll go for a short break. We'll be back on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. So, Mr. Water, we ended at you sending a report to the police.
Yes.
Has any of the culprits been arrested by the police?
Yes, please. They've arrested 2 of them. Okay. 2 of them, whose names and pictures were sent to the police CID. Yes. So I was, the day I sent the report to the police CID, that was the day the senior housemaster was still in school. So the senior housemaster too is a PE teacher. You get it? So he was at post, and then he called that, they've arrested. He said, so first of all, he said he has seen one of the boys around, so he will let them arrest the boy so that he will come for him. Before that, the inspector told me that there is a boy inside. He doesn't know whether he is part or he's not part. So he will take me to the boy. I will go and look at his face and I will confirm whether he is part or he's not part. Then I said, okay. He said, that is what I'm supposed to do. I shouldn't go and fight. I said, okay, I hear. So we went there, and the moment I saw him, I recognized him. Wow. He was part of them. Wow. And he threw a stone at me. Wow. Yes, that boy actually threw a stone at me. So I told that's my right number. So I told the inspector that this boy is one of them. He threw a stone at me. And I don't know if I can mention his name, but I think let me hold on with the name. Okay. So we went back, and then senior housemaster called. Then he mentioned the boy he has seen. That was the boy was the first person to assault me. Wow. So he used his elbow to hit my jaw. Wow. Because he was asking that, why is it that I won't come and beat them? And then I have called people to come and guide me, and those people are beating them. Why is it that I will not come and beat them? So while he was talking, I didn't say anything. I was just standing there watching him because my other colleagues were calming the rest down. And then by the time I realized, he used his elbow to hit my jaw. That particular boy is a boy who has threatened me before. He has told me that he's going to beat me. That was when he slapped a teacher. And then he scaled the wall. When they decided to catch him, he scaled the wall and left. So later on, headmaster came and pleaded with the teacher that, we should do it professionally. So the boy came back, he was given suspension, and then he came with his father. So I went to the headmistress's office, assistant headmistress administration's office. The father was sitting there with them, and I told the father that this your son told me that he will beat me. Look at me. Your son said he will beat me. When something happens to me, your son will be held responsible.
Was it before the incident?
Yes, this was before the incident. So the father told me that he begs. He's just a small boy and a foolish boy. He cannot do anything. I told him that you should talk to your son. This boy, the boys, what they say, they can actually do it. That's why they say it. So I left there. So can you imagine somebody who threatened that he's going to beat me? Yes. And then when the opportunity came, he was the first person to elbow me. Oh. And I was just looking at these boys. In fact, I actually asked one of the boys, so are you sure that when you meet me one-on-one and nobody is around, you can beat me? So I asked him. That boy said they should leave him so that he slaps me. I was looking at him. I taught him Form 1, Form 2. And I was just looking at him.
Yeah, it must be really painful.
I was in pain, not because of the stones, but it was paining me that children I have sacrificed my life to teach. They are the people who stood against me.
So have they started any criminal proceedings? Have you gone to court?
Not yet. We've not gone to court. But during the weekend, one of the boys who have been arrested, the father, somebody called. I don't know whether it's the father. He called, and I didn't know. So I picked, and he said he wants to see me. He wants to see me at the police station. And I told him I'm not in town. I'm not around. You can't see me. He said, when will I come? I said, I don't know. When I come, maybe you will see me, but I can't tell you because for security reasons, I am not even at where I live. Yeah. Yes.
So they are still in the police custody? The two arrested?
For my information, the two should be there because the police has not told me anything concerning the fact that they want to release them or they have released them.
Okay.
Because I saw them in there. So what I know is that they should be there.
Okay. And the dad called you to come to the police station?
Yes.
So they should be, I think they should be there?
Exactly. Yes. So that is that.
So the prosecutors, they haven't told you anything?
Yes, I've not been told anything. I've not been called yet.
Okay.
So I am waiting for their call. I'm waiting for them. They know the law. So whatever the law says, the law should have its course. I don't have anything to say. Even if the father calls me right now, I don't have anything to say. The law should have its course.
Okay.
Yes.
So this, like you indicated, is very difficult on you. Has it had any psychological effect on you?
Oh yes. I've not been able to have enough rest. So sometimes I sleep and I hear noise in the sleep. And I'm not able to sleep for long. I sleep and...
incident?
Yes. So 1 hour, I have to open my eyes. Sometimes I open my eyes and as if there are some of the boys around. So I'm trying to protect myself. So sometimes I see my wife, she will get up and then she will use the hand to check if I'm okay. And most of the time when she's doing that, my eyes are closed, but I'm not asleep. So I see her. So you can see what is happening in the house. She also doesn't sleep because of that. You know, when she saw the video, she was crying. I was also sobbing, but for her not to continue crying, I had to hide mine. Can you imagine? So psychologically, yes, I am facing a lot, and I'm going to go through therapy. I'm supposed to see my therapist today, but like I said, I wasn't in town. So I will talk to him later.
So aside seeking psychological help, your wounds, are they mending? Are you getting okay? The physical wound you sustained?
The physical...
Did the doctors give you any medication?
Yes, they gave me medications and I'm taking them. I took one this morning, and then there is a gel I'm supposed to use to dress the wound. So I am doing that as well. So when I cough or I sneeze, I hear pains at the places where the stone hit. Yes, so those places I feel the pains, but I think by the grace of God, it is not severe as compared to Tuesday. Yes. Yeah.
So what about the school? Have they taken any measures to help you, support you since the incident?
Yes. So when I went to the hospital, the headmaster called me, and then he asked how things were going, and I told him that, well, I didn't plan for this. So I don't have enough money to do all the medical things. So immediately he told me that, okay, so that's why he called. I should let him know so that my Momo line, so that he will send something. So headmaster sent 250 cedis to help me augment whatever I had so that I can go on with the proceedings. So as we were ongoing, I realized that assistant headmistress domestic also called. So when she called, she told me that she was also calling to ask if I've been able to do the necessary things with the money on me. She knows that it is impromptu, so I should let her know when I am short of cash so that she can also help. So the next day, I went to the hospital again. So I told her, I called her and I informed her. Then she also sent 200 cedis. So that is what the school did so far. And headmaster told me that he has also written a formal letter to regional director
of the Ghana Education Service.
Yes, of Ghana Education Service concerning whatever that has happened. And he has mentioned some of the students. He wasn't there, so those that I mentioned, he mentioned some of them in his report to the director.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of security-wise, Can you go to the school now? Are they putting measures in place to lead into the school?
I don't really know if they are putting measures in place, but when I went to the police station, commander said that they will be going. That was the Friday when they captured the boys. That was the last paper for the day. And even Tuesday, that wasn't the last paper. You see what happened. So they actually went there. The patrol team went there. That is all that I can say. I've not been there again. I don't know what security measures that have been placed, that have been put in place so far. I'm not sure I am able to go there anytime soon. Okay. I'm not seeing myself going there right now. Yes, because I am afraid. I think about my family a lot. So if somebody, one of my friends called me and was like, so what will your family do if something bad had happened? And I said, I don't know. I don't know. But so for now, I've not thought of going there. Yes, so I told headmaster I'm not in town. He's around. He's aware that I'm not around.
Okay. Yes. So generally speaking, you see that we've seen this trend of violence in our secondary schools. Yes. Even before your incident, we saw a student being stabbed at Orally Senior High School. Does it tell on the kind of education we are giving our students now?
Okay, so with that, the issue...
Because it seems the students are becoming violent.
Yes.
We record pockets of violence, especially during examination. And this is not the first time a teacher has been attacked.
Exactly.
A teacher was attacked, I think, last year, Swasi. And
I think Bright Senior High School.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is this something we are not teaching our students?
It's not about the teaching. Okay. It is about the fact that you can't touch a student any longer. Whether to punish him or her for doing the wrong thing. You can't beat them. I see a lot of people saying that caning is not the only way of correcting a bad behavior. I agree. Yeah. But this is the case where when you give the student a portion of work to do because he has misbehaved, he won't do it, and you can't do anything about it. Okay. Do you get it? You can't punish him. You can't do anything about it. They will come and sit around. You just can't touch them. Yes. So I think because of that, that is why they are still doing this.
Okay. So the lack of correction is why.
Yes.
There's more immorality.
I believe so, because when we were in school, it wasn't like that. Okay. When you don't come to school, you are even trying to hide from your teacher. How much more coming to stand in front of your teacher?
And say you
beat him.
And even beating him.
Yes.
Wow.
And you actually walked the talk at long last. You get it? Yes. So this is what is happening.
Okay. So do you have any advice for students and teachers how
I think
this thing can be resolved?
Let me go with the teachers first. They are my colleagues. They have to be careful. Very, very careful. They have to be very careful with their students. It doesn't matter whether the student is in Form 1, Form 2, or Form 3. Any student at all can be dangerous. Because I saw Form 2 students during the attack. And I saw a past student in school uniform who joined them. I invigilated him last year. But he was in school uniform, dressed like a caring student.
Just to attack?
Yes, just to attack me. Can you imagine? So they should be careful. They should protect themselves wherever they get to. I don't know the kind of protection they will go for, but they should be very, very careful as they go back to their school, wherever they are. Because it's not only in Christian Methodist Senior High School. Yes, a lot of them happening in Bright Senior High School or Raleigh, you know. And the students, I want them to understand that we don't hate them. I don't know why they think we hate them. You can't say I hate you because I didn't allow you to cheat. You are not supposed to cheat in the exam room. You are supposed to learn. Come and sit down and write whatever that you have learned. And when you don't have anything to write again, and the time is not due, you put your head on the table and you sleep. When it is time, we will call you and tell you that it is time. Bring your paper, and then you get out.
Okay, but just to add something.
Yeah.
So don't you think some teachers are allowing students to copy because they are afraid to attack them?
I think some people are allowing students to copy because they are afraid the students will attack them. I also heard that
a headmaster came out to say they were allowing students to copy because they were being paid or something.
I've not said that.
Yes.
But it's possible. So a teacher will decide to I've met a lot of people from Tuesday to today. I've met a lot of people, medical personnel, security personnel, who were asking me, why didn't you allow them to cheat so that you'll be free? And I said, well, I am a Christian and my biblical principle doesn't allow me to do that. So at least there should be somebody who will be different from the lot. Yes, that is it. So it is, I actually did that because I am a Christian. I'm a Christian. I go to Great Commission Church International. Do you get it? Yes. And my church, you don't cheat in exams. We teach it. And I like to practice what they teach. WAEC officials called. And they said that, hello, Mr. Walter, we are proud of you. We learned about the ordeal. We are very sorry. We heard that you are a pastor. I said, I'm not a pastor. I am a Christian. I am a church member. But we have to live the scriptures we read every day. You don't have to be a pastor to do the right thing. You just have to be a Christian to do the right thing. And that is it. Well, to add to that, WAEC officials called me. So they have called and they have also asked for my report. I have also given them reports, including the names and pictures and index numbers of those students that I can remember. I think about nine of them. Later on, we went to do further investigation. So the video was zoomed and then screenshots was taken by my colleagues, teachers, and then they helped to fish out those people that I couldn't recollect because of the situation as at the time. Yeah. So. Okay, so with this, we end this edition of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We pray that Mr. Walter will get justice, and we also pray that there will be some sanity in our schools because the violence in our secondary schools are becoming too much. In the past few years, we've seen students being stabbed, at least 6 students being stabbed, and students beating teachers. We pray that our educational authorities will put measures in place to curb this menace.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is finally here with us.
Sometimes when I sit back and I listen to John Mahama, that you are running away from the economy and talking about digitalization, I see this as a problem. You cannot talk about the economy without talking about digitalization. They are intertwined, they are linked up to move our economy forward.
Charging system reoscillating through the government intervention with the support of engaged EV battery charging systems company to set up EV charging points across the various terminals of MMT. And it is expected that the charging facilities will not be only for the use of MMT, but for the use of other electric car users in the country.
The deployment of the EV buses may not be effective if the buses are not moving faster than the ordinary traffic. So together with the Department of Urban Roads, the Ministry of Transport, the Police MTTD, and GAPT, we have designed a contra flow concept. And this is how it works. In Accra, the traffic situation is directional. In the morning, everybody is heading to the city center. In the evening, everybody is coming out. Once we are moving to the city center, the other side of the road is free. And once we are coming home, the other side of the road is free. So what we are going to do is that we are going to take one lane of the other lane and allow the EV buses to move contra and get to the city center faster, efficiently, so that people can enjoy the benefit of the Vice President's initiative.
I want to say that when we were commissioning the Jamestown Fishing Harbour, I said something, because the time that we found ourselves, there was a contention about who did this and who didn't do that. There shouldn't be any contention about who introduced electric vehicle bus policy in this country. That person is the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It's not about somebody who tried to dream about it, but he didn't dream, so we should give him credit. So I beg you, when you leave here, it's not going to be any dreamers. It's not going to be who thought about it. It's the person who had come out with this policy. And that person is His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia.
The commissioning of these buses is the beginning of a broader strategy to modernize and decarbonize the transport sector. I envision a future where electric vehicles are the standard, with modern technology playing a key part in it. This vision will require us to be innovative in our approach to problem solving and collaborate to build a seamless transportation system where one tap and go card can be used on all public transport vehicles, including our railway system. So the tap and go card, as we have developed it, is going to be operational. This is how we are envisioning it across the entire public sector. So you can take your tap and go card, board a train, and then when you arrive in Accra, that same card, you board an EV bus and take it right to Accra. And then down the road, if you have to take a trotro, you can use your tap and go card on your trotro as well. So it's one card for the whole transport system. That is what we are seeking to do. Currently, your tap and go card will work on the railway as we are planning, and it will also work on the EV buses, and we will extend it to all the rest.
We will start on a note of asking for his blessing as we go through this very important commitment. Let us follow Nina Eba Kayabia. There will be a Nanimaki. I can remember how a drummer, the Ebelebe, the man here yellow, the Gino, the Alhaj, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Eba, Pony Eba, what was the Agone, Ahimama. Ready, go!
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things, and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think, the way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
Ghana de mama kwa ba edeba asemsebe kase boso ewo GhanaWeb TV we eyensemfo ahodo ya boaboa no ede free GhanaWebOnline.com so ena mede ba besomo mi amede kase boyi ebrem media ne eye mama ekuache nene due enso me kase ebo no me kwa kohia ase ede free eye emrahye bedwam ehonom ena mrahye bedwani ede mo manfo mo wo eye South Dai aye friend no say Roxy Nelson dafia mekpo edi efuto kese pa edi akwakoma eye dom kese ba no dani e won mahye bedwam eye afenyo marking che Alexander Kwame na afenyo marking ni nyina ejina eye MPP ni NDC sensem ye e won mahye bedwam omanfo enim say ababe todwa say speaker echirema enya de animanim ye obefre eye mahye bedwafo e mo mbaba eye asetena da eno ena dafia mekpo e kasa edi afon na ochemu say sese netia dia enene Kwame na afenyo marking ye won so bon homode an ko Supreme Court ekokoje eye constitutional interpretation efi honom esan so no de ogidi ye pa se speaker ogina eye constitution ne so eno didi eye ni juma metwa me samson so dia na mekwa kopie mu ewo eye Ministry of Education akache ehonom eno mo kasa mafo aye friend no se eye kwesi kwaten na interview bi aye course so e wo 3 FM so e kokko wiem no na papa ateta ne kuku nsaka e de apie e de free edan ni mu enene se no mo kasa e de afa sama wodo ababeto dwa aye chema ene na nsan de ene Ghana asini aye kusa wodo a e wo hanom no ene wo bekọ onom no ne mu chema expert ene acheche e de ama sukufo na fine ne kosisa no so ye deja ye pa eno ntina wose ye bi sa papa ehun sam ja ja wakwa ye kasamafo e de ama eye Ministry of Education de ene na fa nchechire mu ebra ne de oguso aye cheche mu no ekokọ wie mu se odi ncheche mu by sai ene ye mu no omodi akwakoma eye FD fo amoma ye ncheche mu ene fine ne kosisa no so keka ne nsema fine ne kokọ wie mu no ena chese owura no no netina eye dwumadi na sen eye Johnny Hughes edega asa ne papa na eka no nheda enti ase eno tinka we de onko no nsambra ne nsem ye okan ye ena eye owura kwate chem sa wankase kwame akwa se wafa wadwen chese waye wadwen dada se nya de ne ameka no obeti ase kokọ wie mu na chese wasesa ne niema e de free eye live interview no ase Minkonko piemo so ewo MPP amanyoko no akache ehonom ena ora aye friend no say engineer Kwabena e Japan edin semfo bi atodwa ono oye enkane eye general secretary edema MPP amanyoko no na odin semfo bi ato eye Professor Frimpong Boating enim a ochemu se nansen wonya ne ntie se professor edin semfo bi aba betodwa efa MPP amanyoko no otema papa wonsema okan e dia not enye ensem fatakra sanka wasa okan esansen onumpo eye Kwabena Japan wo honumi se eba no se government position ono ye ma ni bida nanso at least wo Frimpong Boating den ko onim de ya ma okakra eno tisen ko bi kasa e de afa MPP amanyoko no bibi boni de na nkeni kwa se ekwakoye wo ye Professor Frimpong Boating kra na meto me samson so de na mekwa kopie mu mampeni na nado dankwa ekufado akache adudi an adopreman watoto bi ye pan e de amane eye former president Awosanso Kwetu Franka e de ama ND Samanyoko no eye John Dramani Mahama na nansi e na John Mahama e de betu dwa se se Kufuado na send dia no ankasa wo free abemu so de bia onam ha na monto abama Bawumia o na fa ne ecosystem mama so onjai sa de ne ye esansa abato no eye between ono na afi eye Bawumia ntin konjo mumie no mo fa nhwe so eno na eye Kufuado kasa fa no chem se ono onjai ne onjai ne china aso adenko onko kasa ma independent candidate na onko kasa enfama wan eno ntino Kufuado eche mama wonsem na wo ka no jai kra no so enjai ti esansa se obeye din pa afa Bawumia ho de enya de besis enne anasa ochina Mekwa ko wie mesem so dia na mekwa ko pie mu wo Frankatuni de ma MPP amanyoko no ono asompo na mampani abedi akire wo Ghana hanu Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia ye ka say we dia osimwe na omanfo enimsa na sentem dia ne in fact obeye abiliche wo Ghana hanu no o hye eye kaya yefo ibo yi ankasangase obe ene dan de obesi bi de amomo obebo no hombo dia say sanu djuma so de obekire omo na aba beto dwa say otumi boa ye ma kaya ye mai bi bako eye aduonu mienu mekire 22 oma beye a drivers 4 ewo eye Ghana hanoma ye kire mu se ene ayalolo bus bi na chese omo ba be echi na ene djubedie na se no ene odikoto dwa se an nkofo bi die omo de omo ban no omo de pan ene omo sesa ye ede ma kaya ye fo so omo fanfan ko di djuma na so de ohu omo se ono da bi da onye sa da obebua masa nkofo e omo tumi akọ omo anim ene se wotumi abo omo apart from omo manya ensanu djuma no ebi mu so aye drivers a otumu se aye kama yie pan ewo Ghana hanom na hanso enam de meka sebo no ebeba ewieye mi amede ba besom mo mediane eye mame ekuache nya ke bia anye ba besom mo echiwe
Rasta for omo say onipa waji schedule oye dia one day o me yos atwede on fan ko du on fan ko wie pada say the emre bi asemo jan obo penalty mani bo po no since that day Rasta for dabi udi agro na o ma open for kra anwo by force on wogumase coach ni dia udi so coach na nkasa onu ankasa oni angije onimu o hwe ni TV so no okasa kra udi so onye confident onye nipa mente bro the ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo ni mu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi as a bema pa wo gina so ni trimu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni echo so ya bema ba ni mu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi a wo ni mu coach na tell you something oh man pa ne ba bi ntan na onko ro na yire ma anko di odo
The terrible performance of the Black Stars have raised concerns about the state of football in Ghana. Others are calling for the Ghana Football Association, led by Kurt Okreku, to be dissolved for new individuals to take over the FA. We are here in Medina to find out from some Ghanaians what they make of whether President Nana Akufo-Addo should step in and dissolve the GFA, which has a lot of repercussions on Ghana football, or allow the GFA to continue doing its work as usual. I have with me here Owusu and Charles, who are here to share their grievances and what they make of the issue with us. Mr. Owusu, we share Ghana football. I see Akufo-Addo ombramu na ongu GFA no, and I say Oma no enye omujuma.
Okay, me that's it. No cry ba kope. Say no on to me mem. Obama hu hia. Wahu abra ye call normalization no. Na wo senka omudi new constitution ne ba no. Yemu bebre ni e kase. Omo sisa constitution is constitution no na football people no nyom football. Ni enya neutral body. Omo bera ni ye football no. Anka problem yi nyina e ma. Bebre kan ye ka omo antie no mu jai ma wo mo. Sese mu yi FA free ho a nipa bi obebe bia no business na omode football ne ye no ono so de eba be bi until say ye benya chance bi e be sesa om constitution no ni clear say football people no omode football ne ye business no omo kora ne om football na ye pe neutral body a omo be like FIFA president ni executives no omo ni clubs omo no era ne ball no enti kote wo club na omo form regulations no bi amount na fara no be no the business o wo de be dan a e de wa na wo ye wade say you adopt this system no Ghana enye nanado ontumi nye agi say be next president obeba no because chance onu nya ya na o se kode yes ade ne maye no wanyo bu nani go so eti ye no de out eti see asesa this FA no de me feel say ye nya on insta constitution ni mom any system no eno na bebo ayen eno amade a Ghana will be doomed forever.
Ghana will be doomed forever. This India says that President Nana Akufo-Addo stepping in to dissolve the GFA is unnecessary at this moment. However, the GFA statutes and then the constitution that governs them should be amended so that the term for the president and the administration will be limited. Let me also find out from you, Charles. Jane was saying GFA no President Akufo-Addo mbra no ombegu no anase yema omuye omujuma. Wo hwe se de football no ekọ Ghana.
Okay. Omugu na me de nka ebe me de. Sisi ano yehu se blaster no unhu se local se foreign buckets for you I say you buckets for ni nyina if you answer ne ye hyehyane foforo eba ma blaster na ye den agina but ye kan omuntie obeka omuntie so da bia buckets ba no mo bonnet ro kan yesu ye sika ya na ye ri ti omuka ye ti mo ska kese omo ba so ma ehwe omo ba mo se pechinye so mo kom krom a omutim ko bo ehye ani ti na yo mo eyo ti akoma dodo wo nti omugu na me dem hu se ebe boy in Ghana for me da say
watch try Akufo-Addo oma onyankukuduro no ngu GFA
oh se si ade Akufo-Addo to me no me ntimi hu se ono obetimi agu na ma na ye dia anka ogu na anka me de nka be yi ama me yeah.
This man also fully supports the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA. He believes that with the current state of the Black Stars, it will help the team going forward if the GFA is dissolved for new individuals to take over. So we are looking at the current state of Ghana football. Black Stars failed to qualify for the AFCON for the first time in 20 years. Other national teams have been underperforming. There have been calls for President Akufo-Addo to step in and dissolve the GFA. Do you support the cause?
Thank you very much. My name is Anuma Prince, and you know, Ghana football has now turned to something else that we cannot tell. But the few things I would say is the politicization of the football has caused us what we are seeing today. So if politics will be out of our Ghana football, I think the days ahead and the years ahead, we will see good things coming to pass. So the next government who is coming, already Nana Akufo-Addo's government has come to an end. We have only few days to election. So he stepping in now will not solve any problem. But the subsequent government who is on the way coming must make sure that politics be out of football and a GFA stand on its own. So looking at even Asamoah view of getting players from all regions, that is the best way to go. There are many players in Ghana who are dying out of how will I say it, out of their talent. But all these things has to be put in play, whereby we get them from wherever they are in all the regions. Then we bring them, then we get them from the regions, and we put them at the appropriate place for them to do the best work for the nation. We have players, Ghana has players, and we can go far. We have seen it before. So I think the best thing is to remove the politics out of football and make football stand on its own. If you are qualified to play, they bring you in, not who you know. Who you know is what is killing this country now. So I think now we have to start rising and think of how to strategize things for the GFA to move ahead. Thank you very much. You see, dissolving the GFA wouldn't solve the problem. That's what I'm saying. The problem is, are we getting the qualified players to be on the pitch? And when they are on the pitch, are we allowing them to have their free mind to play? So all these things are some of the things that we have to look into. So the better they start looking into what is the cause and how to move forward, then I think we'll still continue to stand at one place, because you can dissolve and you form another team. If they are doing the same thing that GFA is doing, they know that we are rather moving backward. So the best thing is for them to look at the issues underground and get the issues and work on it rather. That will rather best help the team and the country.
First of all, this our GFA. You know, they have made the FA. They have made it a market center. You understand me? They are doing their own businesses over there. So for me, I hope the president should intervene, should dissolve all the, or even FIFA should ban us like 2 years. We should go off, then we should restart. We should reschedule our because but if it go this way that we are in, we won't get results, even from our national team to our under 17s. No.
So are you not worried if FIFA bans us and all the consequences?
Because it's better for FIFA to ban us, for us to go like 2 years, then we will do what? We will restructure our FA and our football in Ghana. So when maybe if President Akufo-Addo came, maybe who is the next president? Who is contesting?
Any of them who wins.
Who wins, Mahama or Bawumia? When it comes, to dissolve it. Or FIFA should ban us like 2 years. Because when we go, it's a disgrace for us. When we go to any tournament, it's a disgrace for Ghana. So it's better for us to go like 2 years. After that, then we will get results.
So Kent Okreku's GFA apologized to Ghanaians for the performance of the national team. Is that not enough for you to give them an opportunity?
No. It's okay. What they have done is okay. We have seen their work. So for now, it's okay. You understand? It's okay. They should pack their things and go, so that you see a new, because this is Ghana we are talking about. We are talking about Ghana. And Ghana, everybody knows Ghana as a football nation. Why now? Everything is corrupt. So that's my opinion.
You sure said the normal call Ghana Black Stars now. You qualified for AFCON for the first time in 20 years. You sure said GFA so and I share Black Stars who do me die. And you know, a man forcing Akufo-Addo and find an team film. Now kungu GFA no. Now come from Black. O support ya na say why didn't you say?
Oh, me support because o mine no na ye ni mu go ase. Na who say president na wote so no. Say bibia anko ya wo na so awoso. Say blaster pa etimi ball na that day no kra mo ball no nye TV ho a me ko gina ka me kra na me so mo ball. First blaster ball abon say flag ball amanfo ti flag ball amanfo ka ho. Ye say ya kra ni ye kra ye de ewo krom. Ba we no aye say bibia ye mfa ho biem. Blaster ni de ogu no ono akasa de na si form eji mpanimfo mbetime di animu a say blaster na akoye say politics. We person wo ye captain, we person wo ye captain, we person wo fajes we person wo fajes we. Ehun say enye family bi dia, eye o man ni nyina na ye dia. Enti say obi ewo mu a o person ye ya, ene fam no twa no because ebi wo we afa, ebi so we afa. Enti me nka say ye yi we ye floor na ye de we aye dey aba. Ye ngu no onye de wonte Black Star no foforo. Ene be boa ye. GFA no ongu no kola. Wo de ongu no na ye fa na say afa na ye pese ye te Black Star foforo. No onye bibia kama so de be ya be ma Black Star ye su akọ ene nya sa de a de besi a na besi because politics na aba eyinim obi we wo we afa we so we afa. Wangu ne dia enya de say Black Star be ye bi.
This man fully supports the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the Black Stars. He believes that the politicization in the Black Stars team with regards to which player captains the team and then the player selection as well is something that negatively impacts the team. Hence, he's calling on President Akufo-Addo to dissolve the GFA. And if that is done, it could help revive the fortunes of the Black Stars.
She say Black Star first year, camp Black Star Pandia. First, what is a Ghana ball cry? No, when you are When it me jail, ko baby crown to me ko because of say blaster be bobo. But she say there ultimi say blaster e be o bia ama ye nyina ye dwen ho ente ase. Nti me opinion ni say anka Akufo-Addo guji efe na ka ya form ne foforo ne hu say de be ya e betima gina ne dada mu bio. Because he say the blaster there ye hu de ko blaster there nye. He say they are say kra.
So this man is also in support of the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA. He believes that the euphoria around the Black Stars when they are playing matches have gone completely, and also other things that make Ghanaians exciting are no more. Hence the disappointments and other things related to the team also makes him believe that Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA will be the best way to resolve the challenges that Black Stars are facing. It's the share Black Stars, the Equine other national teams now. In fact, normal and Koyesia and Afensu Nebisa said President Akufo-Addo Ombremu no good GFA no near started Bibia for.
Oh, David. Yeah, good. Akufo-Addo to me good team because I hear team na say. Team in say self-interest among for one amount team and coining. Amount for self-interest, enter my team and coining. Niger, national team of Niger, 99 players or Mufrigana. Even Medina here, your keeper Bakwa Ochman Niger or from Medina. Now Ghana or Muyania and ye. The bay, but self-interest. So one person Ghana blast engineer, master, Omuya justify. Full 1 month, or be a person of Bomba Blana Blaster. No one chat tick on Flabro, justified for 1 year, 1 month. Then choose to say we are correct, but Bomba Blaster. But Obi or our masker, the Busa home penny for no Marco Penanaba. Naki William, me was like our Medina or Bubbles was Shagos Chain Naki Williams. But because of Niska, Obama penny for be Omu Faumu, the Omu Mukura, Uko village be brave, Ubu talent, Omu go. Omubo, but because of Omuninska, my penny for no, Obian Fano.
And now, sir, in 17 of Binum say GF for no so cause over Bonnie Adina almost so Kahubi, and a better from into Ibiza say a Akufo-Addo good GF and now this was a Yanjawam.
Wow, Sabi, a baby, who are Jumamoa, who the amount for Shemua. So, Opa said Juman Kuya, and say one Casa nip Tambia, who check Juma or Muyano. Because one check Obia Juma or ya. Ejumanu we there would ever say because building financial building one more be on your foundation now. One fit now. One question foundation no. Now to baby. E say we see fie ma wa ultima if we gu na be gu so. Ko share materials how do gu ase no start your foundation no say. Some material be boa o da cha na say mboa o. 2003 2022 na me on Niger na me call Libya. Ghanaians are moving Ghana, Niger, that are justified. Omuya players. Nipa moving Ghana, Omukobo national team is more than 200. It's a national team Niger. Teams on Niger in 99 players in Ghanaians. Adentia, Uko Togo, the same thing. Uko Burkina, the same thing. Because when we say what talent, but Nukuro one man chance. Obetu akobi krom. Akonya chance. No about. Mother, the Ben say before ever Bob team, the anti time, we justify the fair over the 30 players and now 50 players, we justify. Sim for 90 to call one say my fair be our justify. Self-interest. The best thing you have to use force. Who the Juma show been similar? Force no the right thing.
There is this case, you are forced for 5 years or maybe you are forced for
government in Kasano, one is serious and go serious or fight say Obisi, Muyaba and so be any you and I are Pamano. Sim for a pound Pakun Kura, the Pamanu Kurano, we're better Quachemo. And to now day of this will be a cat on Pamomu. Obin Becato say Pamomu. The whole Pamunu Nukura, that's what the mouth, ocean in the background, in the civis. Where you 2 o'clock is better than the Umubai. Can't you mean a Becasa Pamunu? Yes, we don't tell who the risk amount. Who say investment of the and cost wa masa, Muntumi Edgeman, package manu. no funny foforo and say me can say dissolve team there be team can check government on dissolve no because on there or mu check ba on no say ni GFA penifo ni nyina masa percent masa jai and there be amuka say pepe for mu pen omu pentakwa no the same thing ko happy and Moses Suleiman Tanaba obi aso no because we can kura o si wonye the same to omu pamu player of Germany my friend saying Kerry Primboat the same thing only Suleiman Tanaba o so omu kasati omu aka no kurenti ya pamu omu African cause ya be na sorry kasa fight ma omu o Ghana journalist be na sorry fight ma omu obi ati ho anka omu sorry fight ma omu a anka omu the reason why guess no omu yesa obi an sorry mbisa omu say aden na mu yesa aden for there no ba no ai mumbra aden na pam mu sen na ekoka no pam yen obi an frɛ omu abi omu say omu apologize ma kwase abai.
Okay, so this man is highly disappointed in the government, especially for how he has handled the affairs of the Ghana football and the Black Stars as well. He has been in Niger before. He knows how Ghanaian talent or young players have gone to Niger to play in their various teams, especially the club teams, and they are not able, because they were not able to get the opportunity here in Ghana. And so he believes that it is long overdue for the government to sit aloof and watch the GFA continue to do things that don't yield positive results for the Black Stars. In court, he supports the calls for Akufo-Addo to dissolve the GFA. And here in Medina, we engaged some residents on what they make. Majority of them support the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA, whilst others believe that we should allow them to continue and rather focus on how the Black Stars team and other national teams could be restructured in the appropriate manner. Reporting for GhanaWeb Sports, Benjamin Saki.
You say who give you this rice?
It's Lydia. The whole of 8 years, this is the thing he can give.
So for the past 8 years, you've never received
You never received anything from Lydia apart from this one.
Oh, but you are in this constituency.
I'm in this constituency. I vote at Baleshi.
Oh, this is so bad though.
that is politics for you. This is cheap politics.
Hey.
Me, I can't take this thing and vote for you.
Okay.
So if because of this thing you are giving to buy me, you lie.
Okay.
My vote is not coming to you.
Okay, and Ebusian 4, you heard it right from the horse's own mouth. For evidence sake. 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 If he comes back and starts his song with him, we'll video everybody. Video the number plate and everything. With a video in case or something. Yeah, we have video.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is finally here with us. trained doctor. Mahmoud Bawumia, from the MPP party, what we do, Hano? Osia Unia, Semoko, Uchia Ubia, our memory passo. And to know, Ansala, Yabeshe, Ejumadina, Seno, the champion for India no more.
And to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President, on behalf of the chiefs and people of Greater Accra. I'm excited because I'm associating myself to a visionary leader, a bold leader, a consummate politician, and a very experienced hand that will change the fortunes of this country come the 7th of January 2025. Your Excellency, a few weeks ago, I was with you at the AMA conference hall when you launched a similar application to support our local taxi drivers. Sometimes when I sit back and I listen to John Mahama, that you are running away from the economy and talking about digitalization, I see this as a problem. You cannot talk about the economy without talking about digitalization. They are intertwined, they are linked up to move our economy forward. Therefore, this morning, you are taking another bold step to launch this electric bus transport system for our country. For us in the region, we are excited because we are hosting this luncheon. And it's our duty to support you and that of Metro Mass to make sure that this very important exercise becomes successful. As a former Deputy Minister for Transport, I want to implore on the MD and the staff that you should take care of these buses very well, so these buses can last longer. Without wasting much time, on behalf of the chiefs and people of Greater Accra, we want to welcome you, Your Excellency, and everybody here to this very important launching of this electric bus transport. God bless our Vice President. God bless our nation, Ghana, and make it strong. Thank you. I wish to welcome you to the premises of the Greater Accra Passenger Transport Executive, GhanaWeb TV. I also want to humbly express my gratitude to His Excellency for conferring such honor on GhanaWeb TV, allowing us to host this historic event. GhanaWeb TV is highly satisfied to collaborate with Metro Mass Transit on this August occasion. GhanaWeb TV was established by the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development through the local administration of the Greater Accra Metropolitan Area to harness the necessary human and material resources for planning, implementing higher occupancy mass transit services. This is in the light of the chronic traffic congestions which pose a major mobility challenge in the daily commutes and travels in Accra. It is also symptomatic of a growing problem of rapid urban population increase and urban sprawl with limited infrastructural support. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is projected that more than 60% of our population will transition into urban communities within the next decade. The current urban environment in Ghana has grown increasingly complex due to demographic shifts and changes in services, necessitating a different approach than that employed in the previous decade. This is why GhanaWeb's mandate to develop and implement systems for urban transport permitting, network planning services, contract management, and urban transport management becomes even more relevant. Since its inception, GhanaWeb has worked diligently with the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to implement public transport regulatory measures that have culminated in providing sanitized transport operations within their respective areas of jurisdiction. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the journey has not been straightforward during our brief existence. However, we are pleased to announce that amidst the challenges, significant achievements have been accomplished. One notable milestone, Your Excellency, has been the successful training of Kaya Ye under the Vice President Empowerment Project for Kaya Ye's. This program has transformed the economic and social well-being of vulnerable and deprived young women, enabling them to have a positive impact on the lives of others. Ladies and gentlemen, for what I've just said, the Vice President, knowing that in 2017, GhanaWeb trained the first batch of 60 female drivers to drive buses in Ghana, called us into a meeting and said, GhanaWeb, how can you train Kayayes to also drive buses? Because for the Vice President, he wanted to move the Kayayes from carrying goods on their head to carrying passengers in buses. So that was the Vice President's vision, and he called us to let this be possible. We told him, Mr. President, it is possible for Kayayes to drive buses. It is possible for us to do it within 5 months. And today, Your Excellency, I am here to tell you that the ladies you gave us today are driving buses. And you will see it very soon on your screens. Furthermore, to enhance the regulatory functions of public transport within Greater Accra metropolitan area, GhanaWeb has partnered with Office of the Head of Local Government Service to provide training and capacity building initiative for public transport departments, enabling them to perform their duties effectively. Ultimately, this endeavor will contribute to fulfilling overarching mandates for the GhanaWeb as it was established. Your Excellency, traffic congestion in Accra presents numerous challenges to our nation's overall social and economic fabric. It adversely impacts economic productivity, increases stress levels among students, and undermines social network, among other effects. To address this, GhanaWeb has initiated effort to implement a contra-flow concept that is expected to reduce travel time for passenger transport and cause a modal shift from car dependency to public transport dependency. Your Excellency, again, to achieve your vision of deploying EV buses in Accra, what we are saying is that the deployment of the EV buses may not be effective if the buses are not moving faster than the ordinary traffic. So together with the Department of Urban Roads, the Ministry of Transport, the Police MTTD, and GAPT, we have designed a contra-flow concept. And this is how it works. In Accra, the traffic situation is directional. In the morning, everybody is heading to the city center. In the evening, everybody is coming out. Whilst we are moving to the city center, the other side of the road is free. And whilst we are coming home, the other side of the road is free. So what we are going to do is that we are going to take one lane of the other lane and allow the EV buses to move contra and get to the city center faster, efficiently, so that people can enjoy the benefit of the Vice President's initiative. It is possible. It is possible. It is possible. Your Excellency, at GAPT, we are pleased and motivated by the digitization initiative. In addition to modernizing travel processes, it addresses critical operational challenges such as revenue leakages. In this context, GAPT has formally allowed the tap and go system to be implemented on the Ayalolo buses. So effective January, Ayalolo will use tap and go, which is the initiative of the Vice President. GAPT also plans to facilitate and upgrade truck vehicles into good quality public transport to support mass transport systems for local roads in neighborhood trunk routes leading to major social and economic land uses. Your Excellency, we are thankful for this collaboration between GAPT and Metro Mass. We are thankful for your leadership, and we are also thankful for the team that you gave us to work with us to make this thing possible. We are grateful to all. Thank you, Your Excellency. And now you can see your ladies driving on the screen. Thank you.
As a politician, at this crucial time is not a best friend of me or of any of the politicians sitting here. So we cannot confine ourselves to this place for a long time. A lot has been said by the managing director of MMT, which I could find in my speech. GAPT has also said something which I could also find it in my speech. I do not intend to repeat them, but there's a simple thing that I have to do today, is to thank His Excellency the Vice President for such policy. For those of you who may not know, and I will come to the media, I think it is important that I let media know certain things. His Excellency has been on me for this particular project. His position is that we don't need to wait for 20 years before we can implement any policy. Some people think that in order for us to implement a major policy, we have to wait for 20 years. That is not the thinking of His Excellency the Vice President. So to you, the media, I want to say that when we were commissioning the Jamestown Fishing Harbour, I said something, because the time that we find ourselves, there was a contention about who did this and who didn't do that. There shouldn't be any contention about who introduced electric vehicle bus policy in this country. That person is the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It's not about somebody who tried to dream about it, but he didn't dream, so we should give him credit. So I beg you, when you leave here, it's not going to be any dreamers It's not going to be who thought about it. It's the person who had come out with this policy. And that person is His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. And I think that the media will do as I have explained, because I did not find any policy on my table before we took office. So I don't know that anybody might have thought about it. Politics is not about magic. There's no magic in politics today. The time that we used to have Professor Diago Diazamboja, Professor Hindu and co, they are all past. Today, politics that we do today is practical. So please, the media, I beg you, you shouldn't go and raise any contention that we saw it in somebody's manifesto about 20 years ago and they didn't do it. That is not what it is. This policy, this electric vehicle policy and its implementation is by His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I was in my office when he called me and said, Minister, we are going to do this, so please do it. So I also give marching orders to my deputy that my boss said we should do this. So let's go ahead and do it. So please, that contention is settled. I hope I will not hear anything that somebody might have dreamt about it about 10 years ago. That is not the contention. The second thing is that this policy or this project is not about Metro Mass. The Vice President's intention is to reform the whole public transport system. Because if we concentrate only with Metro Mass and STC, it means that we are dealing with only about 5% of public transport system. That is not his position. His position is that we are introducing a policy, we are introducing a project that to revamp or that to change or reform the public transport system. So we are using the Metro Mass as a test base. It's not that we are only concentrating on the Metro Mass. So this first phase that we are launching, we want the Metro Mass to operate it for us to see the issues that we are going to have in terms of problems and other things, so that we can deal with it when we are going to do the whole arrangement. So please, that is it. So for the private sector, especially GPLTU and GLTCC, please be ready for training. Be ready that the Vice President is going to introduce these electric vehicle buses for the whole public transport system. And we need your people. That's why we are entreating the people who are operating public transport in this country that please belong to an association. Please belong to a group, because we cannot deal with a group of people that we cannot identify. So National Road Safety is coming out with a policy from next year going. We are going to be strict about it. We want people to belong to an association so that government can also help them when it can in terms of training and also providing them with buses. So nobody should think that this thing is about Metro Mass. We are using Metro Mass as a test base because it will be easier for us to identify the issues involved and deal with them.
When I first suggested the idea of moving public transport in Ghana to electric vehicles, many thought that it was not possible. They said it was an election promise that will not be fulfilled. And unfortunately, this is the mindset of impossibility. And it was at play in this situation as it has been at play for the last 8 years that we have been in government. As a government, we are thinking transformation. We are thinking making things possible that have not been here. But a lot of people are always, expressing the mindset of impossibilities. Remember when we tried to do the Ghana card, to implement it after 8 years of failure to do so by the previous government. Many people wondered if we could do so. but we have made it possible. And other countries are now coming to learn from Ghana to issue the national ID cards in their countries. When we said you could use the Ghana card to travel from outside Ghana into Ghana, people thought it was not possible. In fact, a lot of time was spent discussing it. We have made it possible, and they are quiet. And in fact, from maybe sometime next week, people traveling into Ghana with their Ghana card will be met with e-gates at the Kotoka International Airport, and they will not need to go through immigration because they can use their Ghana card to enter Ghana. When we said we will bring mobile money interoperability, many people scoffed at the idea because no country in Africa had done so. But we have done so. And today, Ghana is the only country in the whole of Africa that has complete domestic payments interoperability. The only country. When we said we were bringing drones to help deliver medicines and vaccines, they said it was not possible. They even said we were coming to take pictures of women in their bathrooms. But we have made it possible. And Ghana today is the whole world's leading medical drone delivery service in the whole world. Even when we talked about free SHS, they said it was not possible. And we made it possible. When we talked about Agenda 111, they said we couldn't do it. But we have shown that we can do it, and we are doing it. They scoffed at the idea of hostels for Kayaye. They said it was not going to be possible. We've made it possible. We said we will replace premixed fuel for fishermen with solar outboard motors. When I said it, they thought it was not possible. They laughed at the idea. We have made it possible. When we said we will bring credit scoring into Ghana for the first time in our history, many doubted it and said we were not going to be able to do it. But we have done it. I'm saying all these because of the mindset of impossibility. We are going to transform this country, and we need a possibilities mindset. So I was not surprised when the naysayers once again rose up to poo-poo the idea of electric vehicles for public transportation in Ghana. Rather than discouraging me because of all the previous naysaying they had done, I was rather encouraged and determined to follow through and see to the implementation of electric vehicles for public transport in Ghana. I had no doubt in my mind that this was possible. If other countries can deploy electric buses for public transportation, why not Ghana? The transport sector, as you all know, is a major contributory factor to the growth of our economy, and most importantly, a necessary precondition for the guaranteed success of education, jobs, markets, healthcare, among others. In pursuit of this, agencies such as Metromass, Transit Limited, Ayalolo, STC, and so on have existed to implement government policy to make transport services accessible and affordable to all. These companies provide services to very remote areas of Ghana. Rate. Unfortunately, over the years, the growth of these companies has been heavily impacted by high operational costs, particularly the cost of diesel, revenue leakages, and the maintenance of their fleet of buses. In addressing these operational challenges, government took steps to ensure that these companies evolve to meet new challenges. Among the measures that have been introduced to improve public transport services included the following. We supplied 200 intercity buses to augment and expand the existing operations. We supplied 100 buses for the Intercity STC Coaches Limited, and deployment of an electronic ticketing system, the Tap and Go system, to address revenue leakage and modernize bus services. We've also enhanced the enhancement of the mandate of the National Road Safety Authority as the regulator of road safety rules, procedures, standards, and guidelines. The launch of the Transport Ghana project by the National Road Safety Authority for regulatory compliance. The Transport Ghana project is an IT-based solution for pre-departure checks, passenger manifest ticketing, vehicle tracking, and driver training. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the acquisition of these electric buses is not just about revamping the operations of Metro Mass Transit Limited and a signaling to other agencies to follow suit, but also to position them to play a leading role in the drive to net zero emission transport future, and a future with low cost of transportation. When you think about it, anytime fuel prices internationally go up, then you see it translating immediately into domestic increase in fuel prices, then into increase in transportation fares according to the existing formula. I was thinking very deeply about this and how we can cushion the Ghanaian public from these external influences. But I came to the conclusion that going towards electric vehicles in public transport was the surest way to protect ourselves from the external influences of the rise in diesel and other petroleum prices that affect the cost of transportation in Ghana. The launch of the National Electric Vehicle Policy has ushered in a new era of innovation. And this policy was launched by His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, on the sidelines of the COP28 in Dubai. We have ushered in a new era of innovation, driving gradual decarbonization of the transport sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we are making history with the commissioning of these electric buses. It represents a visionary shift in how we approach public transport. Today, we are making a definitive step towards revolutionizing the transport sector with sustainability and innovation at its core. Today, we are setting the stage for a future and aligning our interventions with global best practices. The use of fossil fuel-powered vehicles, its impact on climate change and air pollution are no longer distant threats, but urgent realities that demand immediate action. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the economic benefits of using electric buses cannot be overemphasized. Electric buses, as we know, offer lower operating and maintenance costs compared to conventional diesel buses. The use of the electric bus will therefore translate into more efficient use of resources and cut operational costs by about 50% to the benefit of passengers. Metromass will be better positioned to enhance services, lower transport fares, and invest in fleet renewal and expansion efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, while the benefits are promising, the success of this project relies heavily on commitment to robust and continuous maintenance. The neglect and mishandling of buses will derail the effort that has gone into the acquisition of these buses. As a people, we should know that reckless use of public assets represents an enormous drain on national resources. I therefore want to use this opportunity to urge the board and management to take steps to ensure that these buses stand the test of time. The cost of postponed maintenance due to neglect is usually high, and we must try to prevent such occurrences. Ladies and gentlemen, the need for specialized training in maintenance and operation of electric vehicles will increase as we progress. This presents opportunities for new skill acquisition. Government will therefore partner with educational institutions, in particular TVET, to train the needed workforce for this particular infrastructure. By investing in skill development, we are ensuring that this transition is smooth and beneficial to all parties involved. I have been informed that a new strategic business unit has been set up to ensure the efficient operation of the buses. The unit will work with partners to provide maintenance and tech support, EV battery charging infrastructure, EV bus revenue management, tracking, and most importantly, driver training. Ladies and gentlemen, every bold step forward comes with its own challenges. We are aware that these challenges are prepared to address them head-on. I have the assurance of the board and management of Metromass Transit Limited that these electric buses will be put to good use, starting this year with a pilot on 2 major routes in the national capital, Adenta to Accra and Ashaiman to Accra. So we will be piloting these 2 major routes, Adenta to Accra and Ashaiman to Accra. And after the pilot, we will expand to the rest of the region and the country. It is no longer a secret that we urgently need to improve the quality of our public transport services. Starting with the public transport operators such as GPRTU and the Trotro subsector, I will work closely with GAPTI to embark on a fleet renewal program through the deployment of e-vehicles. We will help GPRTU and other transport operators to acquire and facilitate the acquisition of these electric vehicles, these buses that will encourage their business. This will be achieved through an improved public regulatory system, enabling the government to acquire the necessary regulatory data and support a fleet renewal credit scheme. Now, the Ministry of Transport is undertaking nationwide dissemination of the National Electronic Vehicle Policy to create the needed awareness and build support for its implementation. The primary reason our local taxi vehicles and trotros are often old vehicles is the difficulty in repaying loans for new expensive vehicles when used for operations. A good way to resolve this issue is to leverage the tap-and-go system. The tap-and-go system will help local drivers conduct their transactions digitally, building their credit to obtain new vehicles on favorable credit terms. This is why it is crucial for us to intensify our digitalization efforts, providing lending comfort to all potential investors through our digitalized operations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while today's event is cause for celebration, it is also a reminder that our journey is far from over. The commissioning of these buses is the beginning of a broader strategy to modernize and decarbonize the transport sector. I envision a future where electric vehicles are the standard, with modern technology playing a key part in it. This vision will require us to be innovative in our approach to problem solving and collaborate to build a seamless transportation system where one tap-and-go card can be used on all public transport vehicles, including our railway system. So the tap-and-go card, as we have developed it, is going to be operational. This is how we are envisioning it across the entire public sector. So you can take your tap-and-go card, board a train, and then when you arrive in Accra, that same card, you board an EV bus and take it right to Accra. And then down the road, if you have to take a trotro, you can use your tap-and-go card on your trotro as well. So it's one card for the whole transport system. That is what we are seeking to do. Currently, your tap-and-go card will work on the railway as we are planning, and it will also work on the EV buses, and we will extend it to all the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead will require the active participation of all and sundry, especially transport service providers. It will also require cultural and behavioral shifts that embrace sustainability. Government will therefore continue to seek partnerships, leverage on the collective experience of stakeholders to develop our nation. As we commission these first batch of electric buses, let us take pride in this historic moment. It is a declaration of the government's commitment to public transport electrification. These buses are not just a response to the challenges of high transport fares, among others. It is a proactive step towards the future we want to see, a future where Ghana leads in sustainability, inclusivity, and innovation. In conclusion, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders who have contributed in diverse ways to make today a living reality. It is my hope that we would all be inspired by this development and the decarbonization agenda of government in pursuit of the vision for a net zero emission future. for our passengers who will be boarding these electric vehicles, these buses. I think the biggest question in your minds is how much is it going to cost? And I think that the answer, and it is consistent with our estimates, that when I announced this policy in February of this year, when I gave my lecture at the UPSA, I think between 40 to 50% reduction in the fares from these electric buses. This is what you are going to see. From today, when you board it, you will see that the price is 40 to 50% lower because the operational costs are lower and you are able to pass that on to the consumer. And this is where we see the future of public transport going. I thank you all very much for your attention. God bless you and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much.
We will start on a note of asking as we go through this very important commitment.
Rasta for omo ti say onipa waji schedule oye dia one day omo yi oso atwede onfa nkodu onfa nko wie pada say dey emre bi asemo jan obo penalty mani bo po no since that day Rasta for dabi udi agro na o ma open for kra anwo by force on wogumase coach ni dey uji so coach na nkasa onu ankasa oni angije onimu o hwe ni TV so no okasa kra uji so onye confident onye nipa mente bro for the ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo nimu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi as a bema pa wo gina so ni trimu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni je cho so ya bema ba nimu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi a wo nimu coach na tell you something oh man pa ne ba bi ntan na onko ro na yire ma nko di odo.
Welcome to Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Emmanuel Enin, and today we are shooting from the Bronx Boxing Gym. So it tells you that today's episode is about boxing. Let's go for a quick break. When you come back, I will introduce to you my special guest on this episode. Welcome back from the break. Today's edition is expensive because I have with me the expensive boxer John Laryea. He is undefeated and reigning WBO African Featherweight champion. Join me as I welcome John Laryea, the expensive boxer on the show. John, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm good.
I learned you came back just about last week after your fight in the US. I guess the ice is still in you.
No.
The ice is not in you.
The ice is not on me.
All right. So talk me through your first bout outside the country. How was the feeling like?
First of all, I like to thank God and I want to thank my team for those who surround me, and I want to thank my new manager, my co-manager, Mr. Peter Khan. I want to thank them. And this is my first fight in US, Florida, so I proved myself to them. And I said I'll prove myself to them, so I have proved myself to them.
I've watched the videos when you came, people welcomed you, they were showering you with powder and everything. How was the welcome feeling to you?
You know, I told them that I'm going to make it. And by the grace of God, I have made it.
So you deserve the powder. How did you take the powder and everything? Were you expecting it? You were expecting it?
I was not expecting it.
Oh, okay. So it was a surprise?
Yeah, it was a surprise thing.
All right. If this is the first time somebody is hearing of John Laryea, because after the bout, it was everywhere. John Laryea is undefeated and everything. If this is the first time somebody is hearing of John Laryea, who is John Laryea?
Me. But I can tell you that it's not me, but it's my coach and my manager.
Your coach and your manager?
Yeah. They make me who I am today. Yeah.
Okay. So how did it come? The boxing, everything came about for you?
Oh, you know, I started the boxing age of 9 years. It's the boxing I choose that I want to do. But I don't have any job. Apart from boxing, I don't have it. So I said I want to fight box, so I have to make sure that I'll get what I have to get.
Right. So at age 9, what inspired you to become a boxer?
If I watch some of the old boxers like Azuma Nexi, Aikwote,
that's how come you decided to become a boxer. So what did you like about Aikwote and Azuma Nelson? What did you like about them?
Oh, you know, they are Ghanaian boxers and they have discipline. Azuma Nexi is a disciplined boxer. Aikwote also is a disciplined boxer. So I chose to be like them. Right.
So if you go back to down the memory lane, during your 9 years, 10 years, teen ages, what's one of the bouts that you can't forget? One of the fights that you can't forget?
The day when we started, we fight in the streets before we came to the gym.
Okay. Right. So that's what you can't forget about growing up.
Yeah.
Right.
So I can't forget about the street fight.
You love street fights. You started from street fights.
Yeah, street fights.
Right. Okay. If you look at your journey, what do you think has been the thing that has kept you on track to this moment at your finish?
Always, if I sit down and I look back, I said I don't want to lose this chance. So, I said but I said I want to lose this chance. I'll make sure that I'll prove them.
Who scouted you?
By my coach and my manager.
So where did they find you? Were you?
Yeah, I was the street and I'm nobody. And they come and pick me from the street.
They picked you from the street. Yeah. Right. Okay, so it's been an interesting conversation listening to John Laryea, who is talking about starting boxing around the age of 9 and still fighting, taking inspiration from Aikwote, the likes of Azuma Nelson to date. So who is your great? Who? You mentioned Joshua Clottey.
Yes.
You like Joshua Clottey too?
You don't know Joshua Clottey.
Right. So you pick something from Joshua Clottey?
Always, he gave me advice.
Right. So what's the one thing that Joshua Clottey told you that you still keep it?
Always. He told me that I should not lose this chance. If I lose this chance, I'll get it. It will be comfortable before I'll get some. So always, he told me that I should keep it, listen to my coach and my team. Whatever they will do me, I should silence.
Right. And it seems you are taking that because you are undefeated.
Yeah.
Right. If you look at things, I read that you quit boxing for a year. That's after December 2023. You didn't fight again until your recent fight in the US. What happened?
You know, everything happened with reason. And I thank God for my life today.
Okay?
I thank God for my life today.
Why? What happened?
See, if the fight will come on, they postpone. If the fight will come, they postpone. But God knows what will happen. by today, you see, say I go use USA, I go beat my opponent.
What led to you putting boxing on hold for a whole year without fighting? Why? What happened to you?
No, see, say the opponent, if they call them, they run.
Oh, so they were afraid of you?
They are afraid of me. They run. I don't get fight. I sit down. Almost over 9 months. I don't fight.
So how was it for you? Staying at home 9 months without a fight?
I'm okay, but I'm still training. But sometimes I complain, but I'm okay. But if you are a boxer, you don't fight. You can't see your performance. You can't see your performance here. So you have to, every 3 months you have to fight so that you will see your performance and those things.
So it was within that period that you signed a new contract with a new management. Would you say that was the transformation part for you, like getting you from being at home into the ring?
No.
The new management didn't turn around your career?
No.
Right, so you were already prepared. Right, okay. So as you heard from the man, expensive boxer, he took a break from staying at home for 9 months without bouts, but he came back and then he won against Nicaraguan opponents. So talk me through that fight. You won unanimously, right? You started really well. How did you assess your opponent, and how was it like when you entered the ring with him?
The first time when I saw the opponent, I'm underrating. But my coach told me that don't underrate anybody in the outside, but if you enter the ring, punish them and do your best so everybody will see that you are the best. So after before the fight, I told all the medias that I'm going to raise the Ghana flag. Yeah, I raised it.
Right. So he didn't surprise you during the fight.
So he gave me good show. The opponent was good. The opponent is a good boxer, but I told him that if he came with my side, I would switch him off.
You told him that?
I was switching off.
You were switching off, and you did switch him off.
I was switching off. Round 1, he fall down.
So now your name is everywhere. You are gaining new fans right now. People will be expecting what's next for John Laryea.
So for now, I'm working with my team. But by the grace of God, next year we'll go again.
Right. After you won the bout, you promised Ghanaians again that you will go for the world title and that they should look forward within 2 years' time.
Yeah, I told them that.
So should we hold you against your promise that in 2 years' time you are going to get a new world champion?
I believe my God and I believe my team.
So what? You keep saying you believe your team. What's the secret? What are they adding to you that makes you different from?
I can tell you that it's not all I can tell you. I can tell you that my team have guided me well. They do what they have to do for me. They do for me. And the place they take someone to be a world champ, they take me for them. They take me to pass there. So I know that I'll be a world champ. So that's why I tell you that I believe my team, I believe my God. First thing you have to do is God. So I can't forget my God. Your juju is training. And if someone told you that, let's go here and go and do something, tell the person that if the mala do it, he should do for himself or for him picking. You always God first.
Yeah. All right. With your team, I mean, there are some Ghanaian boxers who feel they are talented, but they are not sponsoring them enough. With your team, with the sponsoring, what are 1 or 2 things that you can pinpoint that your team are doing special for you?
You know, I can tell you that my coach has taken someone to where title level before. And my manager, he helped many people. Like if you watch like Asawanja, my training Kujo, Remonache, Emmanuel, 99 Ideas, and Emmanuel Mensah. The manager have many people. So, but I know that inshallah very soon they take me to the.
Your boxing career at age 9, you decided to become a boxer. How did your family take it?
My mommy told me that if I know that I'll fight boxing, you know, give me money. I said okay, I'm okay. If you don't give me money, I don't care. By the age of 9 years, I ran me free of 9 years because of boxing. Me free.
So you ran away from home
Yeah.
at the age of 9 because of
I
boxing.
can see my coach, and my coach will pick me.
All right, so we are going for a quick break. When we come back, we will delve into John Laryea's story of how he ran out from home because he wanted to become a boxer. Stay tuned. Right, welcome back from the break. We are we are having a conversation with the expensive boxer, John Laryea. So it is an expensive interview that we are having here at the Bronx Boxing Gym. John Laryea, you said you ran away from home at age 9 because you wanted to become a boxer. So how was it like living outside home? Like, were you still coming home, hearing from your family, your dad, your mom? Or they were not calling you out?
They were not calling me. I sleep in the gym. I sleep in here. Past almost over 10 years, I sleep here.
So how long did you sleep in the gym?
I sleep in the gym almost over 10 to 12 years.
Wow. So you didn't go to school? You didn't?
Not go to school.
You didn't go to school?
I stopped school in class 4.
So you've not been to school since?
No.
Really? So how has it been for you, like not being in school? Okay, so does it mean that you not being in school for all these years has fueled your energy to go to the top in boxing?
Yes.
Right. So you not being in school, what has been the advice from your coach?
Oh, always my coach told me that I have to return back to school. And I told him that no, I can't.
So right now you're not thinking about school?
No, I'm not thinking about school, but I know that very soon I'll go to school, and I want to set foundation for my people, the Buko people. But I know that school is important now, so I'll go to school and I'll set foundation. I'll help my people who don't go to school. I'll help them to go to school.
Right. So your mom was not in support of you becoming a boxer. What about your father?
But for now, my mom is happy. My dad also is happy. The day when we came back from the airport, they also there.
Oh, they came.
Yeah.
So what do they tell you now that you are traveling abroad, fighting bouts?
From since when I went back to Ghana, we have not talked. We have not met like almost over 5 days. I have not called them. So
even before you went out to US, and okay, before you came, that you saw them, you had not seen them.
The day when I was there, I called someone to give the phone to them. I want to talk to them to bless me to win this fight. I know that if your mommy says something about you, if you say something bad about you, the thing will follow you. But if you say good thing about you, the good thing will follow. But I know that always. My mommy has said good thing about me. And after the day when I will fight, I called someone to give the phone to them. When they picked me, I said, "Mommy, bless me. Daddy, bless me." When they blessed me, I said, "Amen." I'm opening. I cut the call.
So right now, would you say you and your family, your mom and dad's relationship?
No, I'm not. The relationship was okay, but I'm not stay with them. They stay with different places. I stay with different places.
Do you have siblings? Other siblings?
Yeah.
Right. Are they also into boxing?
No.
So you are the only boxer in your family?
Yeah, I'm the only boxer in our family. So you know.
So about your nickname, Expensive Boxer. Why Expensive Boxer?
No, where they pick me from to come and reach where I am today, I can tell you that I'm expensive, and I have good people who surround me, like Mr. Samuel Nimado and my coach and my manager, Mr. Peter Khan. They take big money to sign me, so I can tell you that I'm expensive. You can't buy me.
So you came up with a name?
Yes.
Expensive.
Yes.
So you are priceless.
I'm proud of my name.
Okay. You mentioned Samuel Nimado. How has his influence been on your career?
Oh, like almost over 10 years.
You've known him for long?
He said?
You've known him for long?
Yeah. It's my coach. It's my coach who introduced Mr. Samuel. He introduced me to Mr. Samuel Nimado.
Yeah. So since he came into your career, how has it been like?
Oh, I can tell you that if Mr. Samanima do not come to my career, for now, that I feel that I'm a robber or I'm a smoker.
I mean, if you mention Samuel Enimado in Ghana, the Sporting said, oh, we know him as somebody who loves football. In fact, he is a football administrator. So how would you say he has a good eye for boxers by spotting you?
You know the person. If someone sees something on you, they come and pick you fast before someone will come on. Before another person will say, oh, I know like I picked this way, but you know, I can tell you that my manager is a magician man.
He's a magician?
Yeah, I can tell you that he's a magician man.
Right. In Ghana, we have the Ghana Boxing Association. After you won your bout in the US, have you heard from them? Has anyone contacted you, congratulated you, or anything like that?
No, I've not heard anything from them. But you know that they have a special group where me I know they inside. So my manager told me that someone has come and congratulate me, and they mentioned my name for Buko Boxing Arena. That was last week. So July has won his first fight in the US. They mentioned my name several times.
So you are a boxer, and I mean some Ghanaian boxers complain about how the Ghana Boxing Association is not helping young boxers and everything. How do you see the works of the association?
I can tell you that I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about Ghana Boxing Association, but I can talk about my managers. And I don't want to talk about Ghana Boxing Association. I don't know what is going on there, but you see for now there, if I go talk something, they'll tell you say this way it's not respect. But I don't want to talk about Ghana Boxing. If they are talking, they should talk. But I don't want to add myself on it.
You were 9 years. Somebody spotted you and invested in you. There's also somebody who is also talented out there, but there's no one to spot him or her like you did, like somebody did for you. What do you think the government should do so that young boxers will also have a good career in boxing?
I can tell that the people where the small people, the young people where they should focus and they should listen for advice. They should keep training. Juju is training. So if they train, they will get what they have to get in boxing.
Okay, so what do you think is lacking in Ghana boxing? You see,
they need support and help.
What kind of support? If you say support,
they need someone to push them to go to the top.
Okay, and right, you don't want to talk about Ghana boxing?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about
I won't send you there. So in Ghana, we have good boxers. We have the Samuel Techis. We have you and other boxers. We have McBones, Fizzy McBones, and all that. Would you say you are the best boxer in Ghana right now?
For now, I can tell you that I'm the best. Where the people go, they beat them. I go there, I bring the victory. I can tell you that I'm the best.
So you are saying you can beat any other boxer in Ghana? No one can stand you?
I'm the best. All of him.
So if
you know, someone says Cecilia, Miana, on say Biana, me Jibo Koni Ghana yen fan kano. Na me call. They look up to me.
So they look up to you?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Okay. At age 22, everybody is looking up to you. You are doing a great job. Right. Okay, so are we expecting a second international bout from you? Are we to expect any international?
Yeah, I'll fight again. So I want to tell all Ghanaians that they should keep supporting me and they should keep praying for me. Inshallah, very soon, 2026, I'll bring world title to Ghana.
2026?
I'll bring world title to Ghana.
Right. Thank you, expensive boxer. The expensive interview has come to an end, and you heard from John Laryea, who shared his story coming up from age 9, running out of home and then making it through boxing. He fought on the 1st of November for the first time outside Ghana, and he won. He is promising Ghana a world title by 2026, and we are going to hold him to that. My name is Emmanuel Enin, and this was an exciting episode. See you in the next edition.
Our children, our mothers, our grandmothers would need peace to live. When there is war, it is our mothers and children, the grown-ups, the old ladies who suffer. And you don't want to take them through that kind of stress. Besides, we are the young ones, the energetic, whose hands lies the future of Ghana. And we are trusting that you will all work to protect our future, our very lives, and also protect the future of this country. We cannot afford to jeopardize our own lives through elections. Election is supposed to bring peace, is supposed to gather the views of people into governance.
Another reason,
your personal and party interests when it matters the most. Today's ceremony is a testament to the commitment of the presidential candidates to peaceful elections and a peaceful country. It is a commitment to the fact that when we are not satisfied with the outcome of any election results, we will not motivate our supporters to resort to violence, but will use the appropriate means to resolve our concerns. Resorting to violence is inimical and must be avoided at all costs. It is my hope that signing this pact will not be just another public show, but that all our aspiring presidential candidates will play their roles effectively, particularly after the declaration of the election outcomes on December 7, 2024. We would like to appeal to the political parties and the presidential candidates vying for the high office to refrain from doing anything that will prop their followers into violence. Hate speech and other rancorous utterances must be checked and avoided at all costs to ensure peace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after December 7th, the people of Ghana will be dealing with two positions in most families: those who won the elections and those who lost. Those who win must know that their victory is only for 4 years, and therefore should be gracious in their victory. I would like to advise those who win that they should be measured in their celebrations. To those who will be unsuccessful in the elections, I appeal to you, do not grieve for long, for after 4 years, you will have another opportunity to come back, this time in a stronger position. Once again, the National Peace Council is grateful to all partners and stakeholders, particularly the Institute of Democratic Governance, IDEC, the UN family in Ghana, the USAID, Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, diplomatic community, who have contributed in diverse ways for the National Peace Council to come this far. On behalf of the National Peace Council Board, I would also like to extend our sincere gratitude to all parties and their presidential candidates for committing to this process. let us all remember that achieving a peaceful Ghana is a collective responsibility, and we continue to count on all of you to achieve this. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. Before we move to the next section of the program, I would like to acknowledge some personalities. The first is the National Chief Imam, Sheikh Dr. Osman Shaributu. Sir, you are most welcome. Thank you for coming. And then we have the immediate past chairman of the National Peace Council, the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel K. Asante. Many thanks for being here, sir. All right, so we've reached this point where we bring you an interlude. The interlude will be in the form of a musical performance by Jack Yankra and friends. It's a song with title, My Ghana, Your Ghana. My Ghana, Your Ghana is a powerful anthem promoting peace and unity. It aims to inspire hope, harmony, patriotism, and national pride. This rendition features an impressive coalition of 17 influential personalities and 16 school children, including notable figures like Fred Amugi, Giftianti, and Suleiman Abraima. My Ghana, Your Ghana seeks to foster national development and growth. Please join me in welcoming the composer and leader of this initiative, Jackie Ankra, along with her team members, Diana Hobson, Kwesi Otten, Ife Grace, and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Nime Kename Nananum, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor to be here this afternoon singing at the Peace Pact. Long live Ghana, your Ghana, my Ghana, our Ghana. God bless our homeland. These are my friends, Diana Hobson, Mary Gansa, Ella Somwa. The rest of my friends you will see in the video. Enjoy our song. By arable fields, where the great white river flows, was the mighty Sikakrom, a land rich in natural beauty, wealth, power, and sheer abundance. One evening, Papa Mensa, the village sage, is resting in his lazy chair and falls asleep. Two young people walk up to him and snatch away his pillow, waking him up in fright. This unkind and reckless act threw two factions into endless fights and war. The king and queen's authority could not stop their rage. They fought and wasted all their strength. The once vibrant village became lifeless, thereby acquiring the name Wetimi Wakam village. Is the land we love it. and cherish. There's no place else we can call our own. No, together we stand for Ghana. Lift high the flag of Ghana. Standing together as one. Ghana will rise forever. Freedom and justice forever. Let the love within me raise the love within you. Ghana will shine forever. Ghana will shine forever. My Ghana, your Ghana, our Ghana, together forever as one. Dignity ever, ever within me. Touch the peace within you. Ghana will shine forever. Ghana will shine forever. My Ghana, your Ghana, our Ghana, together forever as one. Let peace prevail, let peace prevail, let peace prevail. East and west and north and south, all together as one. Let peace prevail, let peace prevail, let peace prevail, let peace prevail. East and west and north and south, let peace prevail, let peace. Dabi. Ghana is all we have. Somebody mama told, Nami ni mama told. Forever, freedom and justice forever. Let the love within me, there's the love within you. Shine, shine, shine. Together shines forever. Unity, dignity ever. Let the peace within me touch the peace within you. Ghana will shine forever. Ghana will shine forever. My Ghana, your Ghana, our Ghana, together forever as one. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you so much for that inspiring interlude. Now we've reached a stage where we hear remarks on the theme, Pursuing Peaceful Elections, Non-Violence and Justice. The first to give her remarks will be Mrs. Jane Edukwe-Mensah, Electoral Commission Chair. Yes, please.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Your Excellency, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Gertrude Tokenu, the Chief Imam, His Eminence Sheikh Osman Shaributu, the Chairman of the National Peace Council, Dr. Ernest Edujemfi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I thank God for making it possible for us to witness this historic moment in our country's history. And here I'm referring to the signing of the Peace Pact by presidential candidates of the 2024 presidential election. Indeed, this is the day the Lord has made, and we rejoice and we are glad in it. The signing of the Peace Pact marks an important building block in our nation's development. The very act of signing the Peace Pact is symbolic in that it signals to all citizens and supporters of our presidential candidates that they are indeed committed to ensuring that Ghana remains intact before, during, and after the election. It also symbolizes that our presidential candidates have put Ghana first before their own interests and aspirations. Hence, my assertion at the start of my presentation that this is a historic moment in Ghana's development. As a commission, I'm pleased to note that we have walked the talk of peace. Mindful of the fact that attaining peaceful electoral outcomes will depend on our actions, we have right from the start of our electoral processes consciously operated and carried out our activities and conducted ourselves in a manner that would ensure peace before, during, and after the election. In doing so, we have embraced three essential ingredients, which in our view contribute to peaceful processes and elections, namely transparency, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. And we have applied these elements in all our activities to date. And so right from the start of our electoral calendar until now, we have imbibed these three essential ingredients into everything that we do. Please permit me to mention and share a few examples. Registration of voters. Before the commencement of the voters' registration exercise, we at the Commission provided extensive information about the exercise to all our stakeholders through our radio and TV advertisements. Indeed, we carried out extensive ads in the English language, 10 major dialects, on all TV and radio stations across the country. This inclusive approach saw eligible voters take their turn to register at all our registration centers throughout the country. We also ensured, in the spirit of inclusiveness, that our centers were accessible to all our stakeholders. I'm happy to note that our youth, old, and persons who had not previously registered, as well as persons with disabilities, availed themselves at our various registration centers. In the spirit of transparency and accountability, we provided our political party agents with the start-of-day reports and the end-of-day reports. These reports gave them a good account of the number of persons who had been registered across the country on every given day, and allowed it to confirm it with their own statistics they had documented. Additionally, we provided regular infographs on registration data to the citizenry. We shared this on our various platforms, i.e. our website, our Facebook and Instagram pages on a regular basis, making it possible for interested citizens to know with near precision the number of persons registered in the country on any given day. It allowed them to drill down to indicators including the number of male-female voters who had registered across the country on any given day. It allowed them to have information on the number of persons with disabilities, number of first-time voters, among others. Throughout the entire process, we held several press conferences and engaged actively with the citizens. We took their concerns on board and provided solutions to a number of the concerns that came up. This level of transparency and openness helped to reduce the suspicions that usually characterize the voters' registration exercise. We applied the same ingredients of transparency, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as part of our exhibition, our voters' exhibition exercise. In addition to exhibiting the physical copies of the provisional voters' register in the 40,000 plus polling stations, we added a second layer of verification by exhibiting the provisional voters' register online at a fee of 50 pesos per verification. In the spirit of responsiveness, when citizens raised concerns about the fee, we immediately went to work and waived the 50 pesos fee initially charged and made it possible for citizens to verify their details at no cost. This arrangement equally reduced the burdens of citizens and enabled them to verify their details in the comfort of their home. And in all of this, we received the concerns of the citizenry and were timely in responding to their concerns. Again, in the spirit of transparency, we also promptly addressed concerns raised on the provisional voters register by a section of our society. When it was impossible to or difficult to resolve those concerns, we called an IPAC meeting to discuss the concerns with all the political parties registered in Ghana. We opened up the IPAC meeting to the public and enabled them to follow the discussions on the provisional voters register. The presentation from our IT team and the ensuing discussions helped to lower the tensions and suspicions around the register and restored its credibility. By discussing the concerns in an open and transparent manner, and by carrying the citizens along as a result of the live coverage of the proceedings, tensions and suspicions around the provisional voters register were eliminated and the peace of our nation was restored. We applied again the same elements of transparency, responsiveness, and inclusion in our nomination and balloting processes. As many of you will attest to, we opened up all these processes to the general public with the help of our media partners. The opening up of these processes to the citizenry helped to eliminate the usual stories around the fixing of ballots. And we are confident that citizens are now well informed as to how the ballot positions are determined. We are aware that citizens now know that it is the political party agents themselves who pick the order in which they will appear on the ballot paper and not the Electoral Commission. The story is no different in the case of the printing of ballot papers and the results declaration forms. For the first time in our history, we took our media partners on a tour to the printing houses as part of our efforts to keep the citizens well informed. This approach brought to the fore the engagement and the involvement of the political parties in the printing process and demonstrated the accountability and transparency mechanisms we have built into our printing cycle. We educated the citizenry on the ballot statistics that we provide to the political parties. And we also informed them about the serialization process and the fact that the Commission provides serial numbers of all ballots to the political parties as part of the printing process. This openness and information shared enabled citizens to have a first-hand view of the fact that every single ballot that goes out into the field is accounted for, in the sense that political parties are aware of the serial numbers and they are able to track and account for it. The ballot statistics also provided to the political parties also enables them to know the number of ballots that each polling station should have. And this builds confidence into our processes and leads to the assurance that the Commission cannot add a single ballot or take away a single ballot to the ballots provided at the various polling centers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same spirit of accountability and transparency, when in the course of printing our ballots, it was discovered that we had issues with the serialization of ballot papers from the Ahafo and the Volta regions, we promptly informed our key stakeholders, i.e. the political parties and the citizenry, and involved them in the destruction of the affected ballot papers. With the help of our media partners, we captured the entire processes leading to the destruction of the faulty ballots by burning, and brought this information to the doorstep of citizens. Today, the destruction certificates signed by the political party agents, the security agents, and the Electoral Commission staff are available on all our platforms, our websites, and our social media pages for all to verify. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our application of the 3 ingredients in all our operations has contributed significantly to reducing the tensions and building confidence around the Electoral Commission's processes. As a Commission, I assure you that we will continue to apply these ingredients of transparency, responsiveness, and inclusiveness in all our activities through to the election day and beyond. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, I pledge that my team and I will continue to conduct our activities in a way and manner that will ensure peace before, during, and long after the 2024 election. The processes we will employ on election day and in the days aftermath are robust, transparent, and inclusive. The results we will declare will reflect the will of the citizens as expressed at the polls. It is a well-known fact that elections are won or lost at the polling stations. It is at the polling stations that voters vote. It is at the polling stations that the votes are counted. It is at the polling stations that the results are documented on the pink sheets and signed by all the agents of the presidential candidates. And it is at the polling stations that the outcomes of the presidential election are announced. These are the results that will be collated at the constituency, regional, and national collation centers. And it will be in the full view of the agents of the political parties who will go on to sign the various results declaration sheets. Indeed, these are the results that we at the Electoral Commission will declare, and no other results. We therefore entreat our distinguished presidential candidates to accept the outcomes of the elections. That is the will of the people, which we will declare. At the end of the day, when the results are declared by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, Ghana should remain standing as a beacon of democracy in Africa. We each have a role to play to ensure this happens. God being our helper, we at the Electoral Commission of Ghana will do everything in our power to abide by the oath that we made to God and to the people of Ghana when we were sworn into office in 2018. May God bless his beloved nation, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EC Chair. Now we have a statement from Dr. George Ekufu Dampare, Inspector General of Police and Chairman of the National Election Security Task Force.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the former President, Madam Chief Justice, distinguished ladies and gentlemen at the high table, distinguished presidential candidates, the clergy, the members of the diplomatic corps, leadership of various political parties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues from the National Election Security Task Force, friends from the media, Ghanaians across the country and beyond. I made this brief statement on behalf of the National Election Security Task Force. We want to thank the organizers for the opportunity given to us to also be part of this very historic event. And we will start by commending the political parties in general and the presidential candidate in particular, and by extension, their followers and the generality of Ghanaians for how we have conducted ourselves since this election process began, making it to be less tense, minimal, next to zero violence, and therefore so far where we've gotten to, making it one of the most peaceful election processes in our history as a country. And we commend you. It's about what you have done, which has also made our work easier, and we are proud of you. But the important point is the fact that the job is not done. It is still a work in progress. And in our traditional circles, when there is food to be cooked, you cannot half cook it and start eating it. So we have eaten it in advance in terms of appreciating how far we have conducted ourselves as Ghanaians. Let us make sure that the cooking is complete, and when we are eating it, we'll eat comfortably to the glory of God and also for the benefit of the generation that will come after us. So let us finish hard by doubling our efforts, and let us continue to walk the talk so that at the end of the day, our actions will speak louder than our words. Also, we want to, on behalf of my colleagues at the National Election Security Task Force, to give you this pledge. We are committed to ensure that we take our constitutional mandate of ensuring that there is peace, security, law, and order for the rest of the period of the election, the post-election period, and beyond. So that our beloved country, which is the only one that we can come in and out without a visa, will continue to be at peace with itself, because there is no place like home. And with this commitment, we want to let you know that we will not be, and I want to emphasize, we will not be the source or allow ourselves to be the source of any disturbances that will corrupt the peace that we cherish so much. And we also urge all the stakeholders to also play their part so that they are also not the source or allow themselves to be the source of anything that disturbs the peace of this country. Because the country, we are holding it in trust for the next generation. As our forebears held it in trust, and their departure, they left it in our hands to keep it in safe, in peace, for it to be handed over to the next generation. We cannot, Your Excellencies, we cannot disappoint, and we cannot disappoint them. With that said, we want to tell you that this pledge that we've made, it is not mere words. It has been very intentional and purposeful. Why do we say so? When we assume office as a team, we decided to find out what has been the issue, that all the time whenever election is conducted, there are violence, there are tensions to a level that keeps all of us on tenterhooks. So we decided to do a baseline analysis. And upon that analysis, realized that there are a lot of lessons to be learned. And then going forward, that the lessons will be used to inform our strategies towards providing security during elections. The first lesson that we learned was that we have failed to mainstream election security. And therefore, election security is always seen, Your Excellencies, as an event inside of a process. And by that action alone, how can you get up in the next day and do something and go to sleep and then come back again wanting to do it? We are always starting afresh as if we have not done it before. So we decided to mainstream election security with the establishment of a permanent department for purposes of managing elections in this country. And by this, I mean all elections, even including school and church elections. So that at the end of the day, election security becomes part of policing and part of security in this country. And this is what we have been able to achieve. In addition to that, realize that there was no blueprint for looking at election security holistically and strategically beyond one election. So we decided also to develop a blueprint that will take care of elections for the next 30 years to come. So as we speak, we have a blueprint in place that will deal with our elections for the next 30 years to come and beyond. And by that action alone, we are demonstrating to the whole Ghanaians and the generality of Africa and the world that we, from the security point of view, have decided by our action, by that document, looking forward for elections in the next 30 years, mainstreaming our democratic dispensation so that there is no turning back in this democratic journey. With that done, let me briefly let you know the things we put in place with all this strategic focus into the elections. First, if you want to see the results that are coming out from this baseline analysis, from this mainstreaming of election security, and from this holistic blueprint towards election in the next 30 years, these are the records. On our watch, we have 3 major by-elections. And we did not pass the verdict. You did. And he said that those by-elections, in terms of peace, security, and orderliness, it was first of its kind in the history of our democratic dispensation. That is the result of making sure that you re-examine your strategies and change course, because you cannot continue to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results. Again, Your Excellencies, with the same implementation of the blueprint, you've seen that you virtually gave all your internal elections to us. And all the political parties, with no exception, comes to us and say that it is in your hands, police and the other security agencies. We don't even want any of our internal security people to play any role. And the assurance that even we got, which gives us a lot of comfort, and also a registration of confidence in us, is that if anybody comes around and mess up, deal with him or her in accordance with law. And that we delivered. So we've walked the talk with all the by-elections, we've walked the talk with all your internal elections, and you yourselves at various fora give us the pass mark. We appreciate that, but we will not allow that also to eat the better part of us, because we know that it is a job that we need to continue doing in service of the good people of this country. Now coming to the election, the general elections, we have also been walking the talk at every stage of the election process, from EC registration, transfer of votes, exhibition of the register, and all that up to the movement of logistics. We've played the part that we're supposed to play in a manner that has also made us comfortable in terms of looking forward what is ahead. The few other issues that are left is the next 1 week, the rest of your campaign. It is our prayer that you continue to conduct ourselves in the way you have been doing, and we will also continue to provide the security that you need in ensuring that you go about telling people what you want to do when you have the opportunity to lead. In terms of the D-Day, as it was said, the blueprint, the D-Day, out of the blueprint, the D-Day planning that we've done, it spans 5,400 and over pages. A very detailed deployment strategy at the polling stations, at the collation centers, rapid response, and post-election activities in terms of the security arrangement for the investiture of the next government. So our assurance is clear. We are ready. We are very committed, but we need your help. We need your help, both in the form of prayer and also in the form of playing your role as an individual, as a political party, and as all the stakeholders involved in this process. So at the end of the day, everybody will be satisfied with the outcome of the elections and everybody will accept the process. But we want to also assure you that the elections are having 12 candidates at the presidential level. Only one will win. The rest will have to try another time. 801 parliamentary candidates vying for a position of 276. Only 276 will win. That will not be the end of the world. In effect, those who will win and those who will lose at a point in our lives will come nowhere near those positions again and will fade away. But Ghana will continue to be Ghana for the sake of the rest of our lives and then the children that we so love. So we should remember this. We want to plead with you. We are overcommitted to make sure that at the end of the day, we will be given the pass mark again, this time higher than all what we have achieved with all the examples that we cited. But we want you also to do your very best at the individual level, at the party level, and at any other stakeholder level, so that your contribution and my contribution put together will make us strong and continue to be the trailblazer for the rest of Africa and beyond. Don't let Ghana fade away. Because when Ghana fade away, we fade away with it. But let us do our best and fade away, because life is a stage, and when we show up at the stage, at a point, we have to give way so that the next generation will follow and Ghana will continue, so that we will have said in history that we did not disappoint. Your Excellency, once again, my colleagues from the National Election Security Task Force want to assure the generality of Ghanaians that they should relax. And I mean relax. And be a Ghanaian and a full Ghanaian and be proud of yourself. That this one, it will be better than all the elections that has passed. If only you help us to play our role as we are doing, and also do yours. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our officials are committed to doing their part. They are asking for our support to make sure everything goes well. We have to relax. All right. It's time now to hear from the NDC and NPP presidential candidates. And I'm going to call first on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana and presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, the Chairman of the National Peace Council, Reverend Dr. Ernest Edujempi, and allow me to proceed on the protocol that has been well established in order to save time. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow citizens, I've come here today to place on record my personal commitment and that of my party, the National Democratic Congress, to the sustenance of Ghana's peace. At the very outset, let me indicate that we in the NDC remain eternally committed to the building of a peaceful and prosperous country in which the aspirations of all our people can be met. Our active participation in this event is an indication of its importance in the overall effort to guarantee peace and ensure the preservation of our nation in the aftermath of the upcoming elections. We cannot emphasize enough the importance of maintaining peace throughout this process, before, during, and after. Peace is the foundation upon which our democracy is built, and it is essential that we preserve it even during these critical times. We're all too aware of the devastating consequences of electoral violence in other countries. We cannot afford to traverse that same path. As patriotic citizens, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that our country remains a beacon of peace and stability in our sub-region, and we in the NDC stand prepared to play our parts to achieve this. As citizens, we must recognize that our actions have consequences. While some verbal jousting is to be expected in our daily politicking, divisive language, hate speech, and inflammatory rhetoric that can incite violence should have no place. Temperance, tolerance, understanding, and respect for one another's opinions and beliefs should be the guiding principle upon which our politics is practiced. On our part, as political leaders, we must prioritize peace and unity in our campaigns and avoid unsubstantiated allegations and focus on issue-based campaigning. We must compete on ideas and not on insults. To our security agencies, I commend you for your tireless efforts in maintaining law and order, and I urge you to remain impartial and professional in your duties, ensuring that all citizens can exercise their rights to vote without fear or intimidation. To our media practitioners, I encourage you to promote balanced and accurate reporting, and we must avoid misleading the electorate by deceiving them that some parties are going to vote on one day and others are going to vote on another day. We must avoid sensationalism and speculation and focus on providing credible information that promotes peace and understanding. I also wish to commend the Electoral Commission for the cooperation we have enjoyed so far, and it is my hope that all electoral officers will conduct themselves in a manner that is impartial and neutral in order to avoid any disputes. However, it is all well and good for us to commit to peace and recite beautiful platitudes. All the efforts at building peace before, during, and after the 2024 elections would come to naught or be undermined if there is mistrust and insincerity. Mistrust is built through a mismatch between words and gaslighting on the part of those in authority. There is reason to be concerned that the signing of this pact, though well-intentioned, could amount to nothing if it is not followed by concrete actions to guarantee the peace by the stakeholders and government. Events and happenings during the last election and during the Awaso West Wogon by-election create considerable doubts about the genuineness of some of the commitments that we might make today. We all recall the appalling spectacle of mass men acting on the orders of operatives of government, shooting indiscriminately at innocent Ghanaians, going about their legitimate electoral activity during that by-election. Some of the victims of that shooting incident remain incapacitated up till now. The refusal by government to act on the recommendations of the Emil Short Committee do not inspire confidence in Ghanaians that government truly believes in peace. Again, the inaction of government in the face of the murder of 8 of our citizens during the last election casts a shadow of doubt on government's commitment to maintain the peace. How are we to believe that such killings will not reoccur during this election as well? There also remains the vexed question of the use of thugs dressed in security service uniforms to intimidate and brutalize citizens during elections. How can we tell these thugs from the professional members of the security services, especially when they carry no name tags and they conceal their faces with facial masks, popularly called Azugu masks? I would suggest to the IGP to instruct the arrest and detention of any such persons during the election and to be kept until the election is over. These are legitimate questions that must satisfactorily be accounted for to give true meaning to this peace pact, lest it remains just a piece of paper. We in the NDC have in the recent past expressed the above reservations, and we look forward to hearing conclusively on the steps taken to address these. In conclusion, let us all pledge to promote peace during these elections. Let us work together to create an environment that is conducive for free, fair, and peaceful elections. We owe it to ourselves, to our children and future generations to preserve the peace and stability that our dear country Ghana has enjoyed for so long. God bless our homeland Ghana. I thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Now I would like to call on His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana and presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party.
Thank you very much. Eminent clergy, the National Chief Imam Sheikh Dr. Osman Nuhu Sharbatu, His Excellency the former President John Dramani Mahama, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Esabasaki Tokono, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, African Union High Representative for Silencing Guns, Mrs. Jean Adukwe Mensah, Chair of the Electoral Commission, presidential candidates here present, the Reverend Ernest Edugyenfi, Board Chairman of the National Peace Council, Mr. George Amo, Executive Secretary of the National Peace Council, Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, Executive Director of IDEC, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, the IGP, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Nime, Name, Nananum, traditional rulers, distinguished invited guests, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Since the dawn of the Fourth Republic in the early 90s, Ghana has been a model democracy and an inspiration to many across the African continent and beyond. This feat is not by chance. It is due to the continuous efforts of our leaders, institutions, and citizens who understand the value of peace as the bedrock of national progress. In this light, it is fitting for us to show appreciation to the National Peace Council, the Institute of Democratic Governance, IDEC, and all who worked tirelessly to ensure we are here today. As we acknowledge the efforts of others, we must also endeavor to contribute our due. That is why the signing of the 2024 Presidential Peace Pact is profoundly significant. Every general election in Ghana since 1992 has had its own dynamics, and the stakes are always high. But we have never turned our backs on democracy, because that is the path we have chosen for ourselves, and it is the right way to go. Admittedly, democracy goes beyond periodic elections. However, in relatively young democracies like ours, every election presents an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law. So far, each time we head to the polls, we have passed the test. We have shown that it is possible to rise above our differences and unite for the sake of our country. As we head into the December 2024 polls, the 9th presidential election in Ghana, 9 days from today, I am certain of two outcomes. Ghana will win and peace will reign. We have been here before and can prove again that Ghana is a shining example of a resilient democracy. As we approach the home stretch for the elections 2024, my plea to everybody involved in the electioneering process, including candidates, political parties, electoral officers, voters, the media, security, and the general public, is to take responsibility for ensuring peace and harmony seriously, and to demonstrate that we are not reluctant Democrats. My hope, and that of the MPP, is that we will come out of this election stronger as a nation. We are hopeful all sides will take some positive steps to preserve the unity, peace, and stability of this country. We owe our people, particularly the teeming youth, that duty of care. Only in this way would our resolve to create better and enduring opportunities for this future and for the future generations be guaranteed. The eyes of the world are on Ghana. The world is watching, hoping Ghana will rise again to the occasion, stand tall and shine bright as the star of Africa. I am full of hope that all of us leaders and our followers will live up to the peace pact we are going to sign today. And I encourage the security services who are doing an excellent job, and the media and all stakeholders to do all they can to ensure and preserve the peace. I would like to end by emphasizing that the only reason we seek power is to use it to deliver prosperity to the people of this country. I therefore wholeheartedly pledge my commitment to working within the rules and to collaborate with all to ensure a peaceful election. I extend love to all my opponents and invite them to let us collectively show love to the people of Ghana by embracing civil and peaceful approaches during every phase of the electioneering process. Finally, I would like to share this quote from Mahatma Gandhi, and I quote, "The day the power of love overrules the love for power, the world will know peace." I stand for peace and development. Peace is possible. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
To acknowledge some dignitaries. We have the British High Commissioner. Thank you, Madam, for being here. The US Embassy is also here. Thank you, sir. The Korean Embassy. Embassy of Peru. The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Thank you. Australian High Commission. The Royal Netherlands Embassy. The Danish Embassy. The European Delegation in Ghana. The Japanese Embassy. USAID, IRI, NDI, ECOWAS Embassy in Ghana, thank you, Catholic Relief Services. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for making time to come to this very important ceremony. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. The UN Resident Representative Coordinator. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. All right. On this note, we are almost at the highlight of the event, but before we can proceed, I need to invite the Chief Justice, Gertrude Araba Esaba Saki Tokunu, to make her remarks.
Your Excellency, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana and flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. Your Excellency, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana and flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress. May I humbly acknowledge all distinguished presidential candidates herein present. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, Reverend Dr. Ernest Edujemfi, Chairman of the National Peace Council, and all distinguished persons herein present. I wish to express the appreciation of the judiciary and the Judicial Service of Ghana to the conveners of this significant meeting for the extraordinary vision and efforts made to seal the peaceful conduct and completion of the 2024 elections with a commitment to peaceful resolution of all issues arising from the said elections through the signing of this Presidential Elections Peace Pact 2024. By operation of Chapter 11 of the 1992 Constitution, the judiciary carries the constitutional obligation to administer the tenets of justice articulated by the good people of Ghana through the sources of law established under Chapter 4 of the 1992 Constitution. In order to effectively discharge this mandate within the context of national elections, the Chief Justices of this country have led the judiciary to take 4 significant steps since 2008. First, the judiciary has a standing elections management committee led by Supreme Court justices to prepare a one-stop compendium on the procedural rules that must be followed is referred to as the Elections Manual. Second, the Elections Management Committee and the Judicial Training Institute carry the responsibility of conducting orientation and in-depth training for all magistrates and judges across the country to ensure adequate preparation for adjudication of election-related disputes. Third, through the Rules of Court Committee set up pursuant to Article 157 of the 1992 Constitution, the rules used by all levels of court are regularly reviewed for the incorporation and amendment of provisions that will enhance more efficient resolution of electoral disputes. Fourth, the doors of the judiciary are thrown open for consultation with all stakeholders in the conduct of peaceful elections, and their views are given critical consideration and factored into the development of each edition of the Elections Manual, the orientation and training of magistrates and judges, and the review of the rules of court. By the grace of God, stakeholders have used judicial systems countrywide to settle electoral disputes, including 2 presidential election disputes, signifying the cohesion of the nation around the work of the justice sector. In the past 2 years, the judiciary and judicial service have meticulously gone through the 4-tiered approach to preparation for elections, and the 5th edition of the Elections Manual has been enhanced into a 3-volume guide to give it even broader content and make it more user-friendly. This 3-volume election manual was successfully launched and distributed to stakeholders present on 31st October 2024. This afternoon, there are many copies available here. I stand here to assure all stakeholders, including the international community, that the judiciary is extremely alert to the high stakes for national cohesion and stability invoked by competitive elections. We are therefore guided by every principle of national interest to give high priority to the resolution of disputes that can affect the stability of the democratic process. We note that by operation of law, conventions of diplomacy, and social adherence, the signatories of the Presidential Elections Peace Pact 2024 have not only expressed their leadership commitment to the peace and stability of Ghana, but have given a binding and irrevocable undertaking that becomes the standard for national collaboration around their efforts to win the mandate of the electorate in this year's election. The judiciary of Ghana is grateful for the gallant certification contained in the Presidential Elections Peace Pact 2024. I wish to assure all political parties that to the best of the ability of the justice sector and within the requisite constitutional directions, substantive rules on any electoral offense or dispute, the rules of court, and the laws of evidence, the Judiciary and Judicial Service of Ghana will administer all processes of dispute management with efficiency and effectiveness and discharge our constitutional obligation to the good people of Ghana. Through these assurances, we express our utmost accountability to the national peace effort. Thank you very much.
The High Commissioner of Canada in Ghana. Thank you very much. All right, so now this is how we will proceed. I'm going to be calling on the presidential candidates to come up to sign the pact. I will proceed with the two. Oh, please be patient, sir. I had very good news for you. Sir, be patient. I had news for you. Because the two candidates have already spoken, they will come and sign, after which I will call the other candidates. When they come in, they speak, and then give their commitment before signing. They will speak. You will have a chance to speak.
You speak and you sign. You speak and you sign. So,
yes.
they will speak.
This is the order of proceedings. I will first call the presidential candidates who have spoken. They will come and sign without speaking again. Then we will call the other presidential candidates to come speak and then sign. That was a program. Yes. All right. So we proceed. I would first like to invite the Chief Justice to come help us administer the signing of the Peace Pact. She has to go down.
She sits there. Okay. Okay, so let's go by what you have here.
All right.
And it's 2 minutes each, yeah?
Okay.
So you call them like this, and then it ends. So let them
All right.
understand that they were going to sign and speak, but now they're going to speak before they sign.
Okay.
So they will each, because of the light,
we give
they
them
will each
2
have
Okay.
2 minutes.
We can take the mic to them.
All right. I have been prevailed upon to agree to your suggestion to speak first before everybody comes to sign. All right. On that note, if you look at our program on page 12, you have all the candidates there. I'm going to be asking for you to come up to speak in the order that you have been presented. So I would like to start with Dr. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP. In the interest of time, please be brief in your statement.
2 minutes. Well, did you give them time? 2 minutes?
2 minutes. 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the flag bearer for the NPP, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of Ghana, and the flag bearer and the presidential candidate for the NDC. All protocols observed. You are looking either to be President of Ghana. And I'm here to tell you, I'll do a good job. And a better job at that. Because you're all going to be domesticated when you leave here. I want to hear your voices. This country is ours. We love it. We want peace. I give regard to the IGP. I give regard also to the Electoral Commissioner. We're all here to make Ghana a better place, a lively place, and a happy place. Let's build this country. Let's be domesticated. And I repeat it, you are all domesticated today. You are looking at your new man. This country is going to change. I thank you so much.
No, do it this way. Since he has signed, we can have a signature. We go there to sign by. And then
So, are you settled for signing? Next to speak is Mr. Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga, All People's Congress.
You stop me, I will stop. Good evening to everyone. I think I have less than 2 minutes. If I want to introduce the high table, I won't be able to speak. So let me stand on the existing protocol to say all protocol observed. First of all, we are supposed to be 13 of us, and today we are 12. One of us is gone. So soon we have forgotten about that candidate. It happens to be a 1 week ceremony. So if we could all observe 1 minute silent, just honor Madame Ekuya Danko. Please, 1 minute silent. Thank you. We are here to talk about peace. And to be very honest, if there's no equity, there's no sincerity, there's no fairness, there can be peace. There's no justice, there can be peace. So if we are here to talk about peace and we behave in a certain way, then you can imagine the kind of signal we are sending out there. And that is why I was not happy with the presentation. But then, the sincerity of the matter is that I come from Boku. My father is a Kusasi. My mother is a Mamprusi. For the past 3 years, Boku has been in war. Till date, as I speak to you, there's shooting all over. My father and mother fighting. And we have ignored that. We are here talking about peace. I wish we had a forum like this to talk about Boku's matter and help resolve the issue of Boku's challenges. I don't know whether I'll be able to vote, because where I come from, every day is gunshot. I've not been to Boku for the past 3 months, and I want to go and vote. I want to go and campaign, and I cannot. So it's one of the biggest problems confronting me as a flag bearer, and as a father, and as a member, and as a Ghanaian. And I'm appealing that if we can look into the Boku matter, it will help us achieve peace before, during, and after the election. If you look at the table, the high table, the 3 major political leaders contesting, former President Mahama, current Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Hassan Ayariga, we are all Northerners. I'm coming to the main problem. There is a problem. Please, my time is, don't worry about my time. You see, Northerners, as our brothers and sisters, are always being purported to be the violent people in this country. And as a matter of fact, if you see another Northerner crying, then he's been beaten by another Northerner and nobody else. And they have been used to form some kind of vigilante groups This is a test for us as people from the north. Are we going to demonstrate, the three leaders, our members, are we going to demonstrate a level of tolerance, level of acceptance, that we have ideas than fighting one another? Or are we going to show the world that we are more violent than any other thing? So our party members should sit up that this year we have to demonstrate to
You are next. Okay. Next to sign will be Daniel Augustus Latte Jr.
That's great.
Okay, so the next to make his remarks will be Mr. Christian Kwabena Andrews, Ghana Union Movement. All right, he's not here, so we skip to Mr. Percival Kofi Akalu of the Liberal Party of Ghana. Oh, the representative is here. Please come up, madam.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eleanor Efe Apia, the Vice Presidential candidate for Reverend Christian Kwabena Andrews. I'm here to represent him. Our country, Ghana, has been with peace for so many years. We have been on elections several times. And when we talk of Ghana, our country is jealous for peace in our outside countries. We have done it before. And I will urge each and every Ghanaian to let us do it one more time. Together we stand. Divided, we fall. The Ghana Union Movement, we stand for peace. We call for peace. And may peace prevail. And in the end, may Ghana win. Thank you very much. My name, Eleanor Efe Apia. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Yes. His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia would like to take his leave. Unfortunately, he has other engagements and has to leave, so we'll have to allow him to go ahead. Thank you, sir, for coming and for signing the pact. Yes, madam. Madam has signed. Yes. Christian Kwabena Andrews. Yes. Liberal Party of Ghana.
Good evening. The name is Kofi Akpaloo, the next president of Ghana. I stand on the existing protocol. This election, we are all calling for peace. There can never be peace in this country when we keep on doing what we are doing, promoting duopoly. We have to promote multi-party democracy, not duopoly or whatever you guys are doing, because it will never bring peace. The media is doing it. The Peace Council is also doing it. So how are we going to have a multi-party democracy when you discriminate in the full glare of the public? This is not right, what you did. There will be peace when we all go out and vote for Kofi Akpaloo and forget about MPP and NDC. Because when you vote for any of them, it will not bring peace. The only person that when you cast your vote on, that will bring peace is Kofi Akpaloo. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next on the list is Alhaji Mohammed Frimpong of the National Democratic Party.
Beloved compatriots, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. My name is Alhaji Mohammed Frimpong, the presidential candidate for National Democratic Party, that's the people's leader. We in Ghana must appreciate our relative peace and security, because out there in the global arena there are a lot of blazing fires, and we are fortunate to have here His Excellency Dr. Ibn Chambers. I think he will agree with me that they now even have a fatigue of dousing those fires, and interventions are also very difficult to come by. What I must say is that we as presidential candidates, as a matter of fact, must go to the people who are the wielders of sovereignty and power of the nation. The people don't owe us anything except that we go to them and request and canvass for the mandate that we are seeking. It is one good that at least we don't risk the lives, or better still, put the lives of our electorate in danger. They must not be on tenterhooks because we are going to them to seek their power. That is very important. Going forward, we must understand that apart from the leaders and the inclusive and participatory leadership that NDP is advocating, if that does not work, every electoral cycle will be having the same tension. That's why that must be what we call wheels of democracy, making sure that we give power to our people at a unit level and in our communities, so they exercise their power and in an election, we'll go to them and seek their mandate. In that way, we will not be twisting their arms and taking their mandate. It is one political party's goal, twisting the arms of the electorate to seek power. That is what is creating the tension. Definitely NDP committed to peace, and we will want to seek enduring peace for the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to acknowledge the president of GJA. All right, thank you. Next to come up to give her remarks is Nana Akosia from Poma Sapon Kumankuma, Convention People's Party.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. This is clearly, in 2012, I was part of the people that signed the peace pact. I'm here in 2024, and I just want to reiterate what I said years back. The Ghanaian is peaceful. The Ghanaian youth is peaceful. The Ghanaian woman is peaceful. All of us are a very peaceful nation, and we are very proud of that. What I have seen today, for me, is just to reiterate the fact that the Ghanaian, though being peaceful, multi-party democracy is about election, and by extension, what it means is that there is going to be people wanting to do whatever they have to do to win power. What is necessary is the institutions that have been put in place to ensure that there's fairness and there's justice. That is eroded. No amount of peace pact will make any difference. What happened here today, I'm sorry to say, is not acceptable. Currently, I'm standing here talking on the ticket of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of this country, who has made it possible for all of us as the Convention People's Party, who has made it possible for us to become a sovereign state, to be able to be signing peace pact because we have fought for independence and moving forward. And for that reason, it is very important that when we do anything in a multi-party democracy, it must be different. And for that reason, we should not be so biased and obviously biased to the point where people must agitate. It is agitation that does not bring peace. So on this note, let me tell the police officers, the security officers, and everybody that's going to be part of this elections going forward. We, the candidates and the political parties, we would wish that you cheat for us, would wish that you do what you have to do for us, would wish that you put us as number one and ignore others. Do what you know is right. Do what you know is right, so that there will be justice. And when there's justice and fairness, all of us will embrace the results of this election. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I would like to acknowledge the president of the Ghana Association. Thank you for being here. Next, to give his remarks is Mr. Kofi Kranten, independent candidate.
Peace I bring you were the words of
the Savior Jesus Christ. We're talking about peace here today. And that is a great thing we look at. We, the Youth New Vision Movement and the team of Kofi Krantin embrace peace. However, we believe that peace can not only be considered in terms of outside motivation, but internal peace is the driving force. So we cannot talk about peace when people sleep outside. We cannot talk about peace when people are hungry. We cannot talk about peace when thousands of our youths complete school, cannot get jobs and walk the street aimlessly. We cannot talk about peace when citizens cannot wake up each morning not looking up to anything. Going into this election, we always have it in our heart that we become to lead people. And for that matter, if you become a leader and everybody dies, who calls you a leader? Who would you serve? And so, as we seek to get power to lead this country, we must bear it in mind that our words, our thoughts, and our deeds actually spell out what we're looking out for. We cannot do things the same way and expect, different result. Let's embrace peace. And this peace is what New Vision Movement and the team of Kofi Krantin speaks to Ghanaians. That let's do what is expected of us as Ghanaians and embrace this peace, do everything that is in support of peace. We stand for peace. And at the end of the day, Ghana will win. And all of us.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. George Chumberima Edu, independent candidate.
I'll stand on all existing protocols for time's sake. My name is George Chum. I stand on all the existing protocols. My name is George Chumberima Edu. I also thank the organizers of this event, the Peace Council and IDEC. And I'm here because I believe that as a country, indeed, we must have peace. This is the only country which we have, and there is no other country we can go to when we spoil or destroy our country. Also, I want to urge all Ghanaians to support the efforts of the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police and all the security agencies in the work they are doing to ensure that now to election day, we shall all act peacefully and act well. And on election day also, we shall obey all the rules of the elections and go and vote peacefully. And after that, go to our homes as the results are coming in. And it is my belief that to the glory of God, we shall all be guided in the way we want to vote, and the outcome shall bring glory to God, and Ghana shall be the winner and the ultimate winner. I thank you all again, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Nana Kwame Bediako, independent candidate.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I am Charles Yemakwe, the Chief Administrator of Nana Kwame Bediako. Elections are not just about choosing leaders, they are about safeguarding the foundation of our democracy and the unity of our nation. As representatives of our various political parties, we bear the responsibility to uphold peace, integrity, and the will of the people above all else. Let us remember that Ghana's greatness lies in our unity, not our divisions, in our shared values, not our differences. To our fellow politicians and supporters, let us commit to an honest process, free of violence, free of intimidation, and free of deceit. Let us debate ideas and policies, but never forget that our shared goal is the progress of Ghana. To the people of Ghana, we urge you to exercise your democratic rights with courage and conviction, knowing that your voice and your votes matter. Choose peace over conflict, dialogue over confrontation, and truth over falsehood. Always choose Ghana first. Let us leave a legacy for the next generation, not of discord, but of unity, not of corruption, but of and not of fear, but of hope. Together, let us reaffirm the spirit of Ghana, the black star of Africa. May peace guide our actions, honesty shape our journey, and may democracy prevail in its truest form. And in Reswaba, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last on the list, but not least, is Mr. Alan John Kojo Trematin, independent candidate.
Obviously, I'm not Honorable Alan Chematin. I am Nana Ohininto, Senior Advisor to Honorable Alan John Kojo Chematin, who is the independent candidate moving by the Movement for Change and the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. I want to thank the organizers, the Peace Council, and all the stakeholders for this very important convocation. The issue is peace, specifically related on this occasion to 2024 December 7 elections, before, during, and after. I've had to represent Honorable Alan Chematin on one or two platforms relating to the subject of peace, and I have his mandate and total commitment to communicate to you his unequivocal and unconditional commitment to peace during, before, during, and after the election. Those who know Honorable Alan Chematin in Ghana politics would attest that any time the occasion had demanded that he make sacrifices in the supreme interest of his former party, the NPP, or the nation, he has always done so. So his message to us here is that commitment to peace is not a matter of signing a piece of paper, which is good, but commitment to peace ought to be demonstrated in the things, not just what we say, but what we do. Obviously, the record is there that this is about the fourth time we are signing a peace treaty in the Fourth Republic, connected to elections. But we cannot forget some of the incidents that have already been relayed to us relating to violence and a breach of the peace. In that connection, Alan wants to state that we are all responsible for our peace, but there are specific individuals and agencies that bear greater responsibility, and we don't have to overlook that. First is the government. Second is the security services. Third, the Electoral Commission. And fourth, the media, of course, all of us. Alan would want us to plead with the state agencies, and I've mentioned some of them, that during the election in particular, and on election day, the IGP and the Security Task Force have outlined the security protocols. But we have seen protocols like this outlined, announced, but government agencies, government representatives on election day will seek to subvert and to undermine those protocols. Peace, of course, is predicated on justice and fairness. Alan is committed to peace, but we call on the key stakeholders, the frontline stakeholders, to also, according to the assurance that we have received from the IGP, to perform their roles and functions to the satisfaction of all, not to the advantage of the state incumbent party, as sometimes happens. To that extent, I want to reiterate Honorable Alan John Kojo-Chomatin and his movement for change and the Alliance for Revolutionary Change are absolutely and totally committed to the peace of our nation before, during, and after this election. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so we've come to the end of the signing of the Presidential Elections Peace Pact 2020, with the last signature going on there. The witnesses, okay. The witnesses, IGP Dampare, if you would please present yourself to witness the signing. Next witness is the Executive Director of IDEC, Ms. Dr. Emmanuel Owakwete. The last witness is Chairman of the National Peace Council, Reverend Dr. Ernest Edujemfi. Chief Justice. Oh, thank you so much. Please, let's clap. We are most grateful to all the presidential candidates and their representatives who have signed the pact, and also to the witnesses who have made this possible. We are very grateful for this opportunity to be here today to witness this great event. Thank you all so very much. Yes, I have an announcement. Those present should be ready to pick the election manuals. They are available for you to pick. So thank you very much. At this point, yes, there is an announcement that the manual comes as a set of 3. So make sure you have all 3 when you pick yours up. I would like to invite right now. Yes, so the manuals, the election manuals being distributed, they come as a set of 3. So make sure you have all 3. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, African Union High Representative for Silencing the Guns, to deliver a closing address.
Thank you very much. I will also stand on the protocols very well established, but allow me to recognize her leadership and the high table, the presidential candidates here with us, the chairman and board members, National Peace Council, the Electoral Commissioner, the IGP, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed grateful for the opportunity to deliver the closing remarks at this solemn and august signing ceremony. They say success has many parents. It has taken the collaborative efforts of many stakeholders to make today's event happen. But allow me to pay deserved tribute to the National Peace Council and in particular its chairman, Reverend Dr. Ernest Ebijemfi, and its executive secretary, Mr. George Amu, and to IDEC, in particular its executive director, Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, for their resilience, persistence, and unrelenting efforts. Their shuttle diplomacy among government authorities, political parties, civil society, various embassies, many of whom are here have been acknowledged, the UN, the EU, religious and traditional leaders to make it happen. As a matter of fact, some of us were getting skeptical, even perpetual optimists like myself, but they insisted it had to happen, and here we are, it has happened. The signing of the Peace Pact has become one of the good practices and its viable electoral process. It is a symbolic gesture by the presidential candidates with profound impact across the length and breadth of the country. It has become also a document that is at the same time an undertaking, a commitment by the leaders of the political parties and independent candidates to uphold the lofty principles of fair play, eschewing violence, allowing the electoral process to proceed uninterrupted, and adhering to the rule of law in resolving any disputes that may arise from the elections. It is also a platform for delivering a strong, clear, unambiguous and powerful message to their party faithful, to followers of candidates and the population at large, that there is no place for violence in democratic elections, no place for guns, cutlasses, knives, stone throwing, or beatings in elections. When the heads of state of Africa adopted the Silencing the Guns initiative, they sought through it to build an Africa at peace with itself and with the rest of the world. They were also desirous of bequeathing to present and future generations a peaceful continent which would put conflicts behind it to focus on urgent issues of underdevelopment, poverty, inequalities, and the pressing and existential challenges of our time. Across the continent, one of the triggers of conflict has been poorly conducted elections. In this regard, and we have heard so many people reiterate it, Ghana has stood out as a shining example, and several sister countries have over the years picked up many best practices of election management systems, technology, innovation, processes and procedures from here. Previous speakers have eloquently spoken about the shared and common responsibility of all stakeholders to ensure credible, open, participative, inclusive elections, whose results no one can have justifiable cause to reject. That is the pathway to peaceful elections. But let me emphasize that with just 9 days to the elections of December 7th, the weight of the burden has shifted to the Electoral Commission, to the Ghana Police Service and supporting security agencies, party and other political activists, the media, and the judiciary. There can be no complacency. Ghana's past successes are no guarantee or assurance of current or future performance. Of course, we have been very much reassured from what we have heard from the IG and from the Electoral Commissioner, and indeed from her ladyship. Nothing should be taken for granted. There should be no room for complacency. The EC must operate transparently to allay the concerns of its critics or skeptics. Security agencies must rise up to high professional standards, be neutral in their operations, and act decisively against those who seek to disrupt the process without selectivity, fear, or favor. The media, especially social media, must avoid misinformation, disinformation, character assassination, fake news, rumors, etc. The judiciary is expected to ensure accountability and to deliver justice impartially and timelessly. Come to play here. Justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. And justice delayed is justice denied. And party leaders and other political operatives or activists must avoid hate speech and actions likely to incite their followers to violence. In 2020, Ghana's otherwise exemplary electoral record suffered a blemish with some deaths in a few constituencies. Once again, the opportunity is presented to prove that Ghana's leadership role on the continent is deserved, that Ghana can deliver violence-free, credible elections. Already, the eyes of the world are on Ghana. Sub-regional, African, international observers have already arrived for the elections. And I can see many familiar faces among the ECOWAS delegations, the African Union delegations, the Commonwealth delegations, and some of the other observers who are already here. We have, of course, the new ECOWAS ambassador who is here. The UN doesn't observe elections, but the RC will assure you that the special representative of West Africa and Sahel will be here. And so we'll have the international community here to accompany us. Let them go back and report about the peaceful, non-violent, exemplary elections they would have observed in Ghana. And here, let me just say that I'm also pleased that the Electoral Commission has been discussing with media to allow them more access at constituency level, so that with their eagle eyes, everyone can see that things are being done in the open, transparently, and without anything to hide. But I want to end on a personal note, and of course I will crave the indulgence of my sister, Nana Akosua the presidential candidate of CPP, who I know quite well. But I know particularly well Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and former President John Dramani Mahama. And believe me when I tell you that Ghana is blessed to have these two as candidates of the two leading major political parties, the ruling MPP and the opposition NDC. And I say this because I think the candidates will also agree that when we talk of there may be troubles, the idea or the thinking is always that it's likely to come from there. But these are two gentlemen par excellence in their upbringing and their natural disposition, who would not want any Ghanaian to lose his or her life or spill blood for their victory. I would like to thank all the candidates for giving similar pledges, for the patience they have shown, for their participation in today's ceremony, and their pledges to peaceful elections. So let us all live here committed and determined to ensure peaceful elections, non-violence and justice, the theme of today's Peace Pact signing ceremony. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Another round of applause, please. Before I proceed, I would like to make another set of acknowledgements. We have with us the chairman of the Christian Council of Ghana. Thank you, sir. Then we have the General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. Thank you. Vice President of the Pentecostal and Charismatic Council. And immediate past presiding bishop of the Methodist Church. Thank you all so very much for being here. At this point, I would like to invite
Ghana, who was in the Western region, arrived at 2 a.m. this morning because of this event, and has another trip immediately. I think his flight was about 5 p.m. and that was why he had to leave earlier. We want to express our thanks to the presidential candidates. Some of them were on their campaign trail, and yet they took time off to join us today. We are indeed very, very grateful to all of you for coming. We also want to thank her ladyship, Chief Justice, for her time with us and how we have worried her. At very short notice, she is ready to open her door for us to go and meet with her. And we are so grateful to her. His Excellency Ibn Chambers, who arrived this morning and also leaving again tomorrow, all because of this event. And you notice how people make sacrifices for this country. We are indeed very, very, very grateful. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the IGP, talking frequently and trying to make sure that things are done the way it ought to be done. Sir, we are indeed very grateful for making it to be with us. And members of the security agencies, members of the diplomatic corps, we are indeed very, very grateful to all of you. Especially for your support and sponsorship. We want to acknowledge the European Union, the USAID, the United Nations, the British High Commission, the Netherlands Embassy, the Catholic Relief Services, and the International Republican Institute. These are institutions within the diplomatic community who have been behind us and helping us to make sure that things are done the way it has been done. I got a call this morning from two of our media houses asking, Chairman, are you sure this event is coming on? I said, it's coming on. Said, are you sure? With all the things we've heard, I said, well, it's coming on. Said, okay, we will come and see. Now we have come to see. And I keep telling them that the work of the Peace Council is not to trumpet anything. It takes patience, it takes time, it takes diplomacy. And therefore, sometimes we appeal to the media, be patient with us. When you don't know what is going on, just be patient. Gradually, we'll pull it through. We are grateful to the members of the board who were here last week. Some of them had to travel, go back to your positions and come back last night. Some of them came this morning. We are indeed grateful, members of the Peace Council Board, for helping us. Let me also acknowledge the ministers and former ministers who were here, members of parliament, eminent members of the clergy, both Islamic, Christian, traditional, who have come to support us. We're grateful to all of you for making time to be with us. Then also our distinguished election observers, those who've left their country to be here. Some have been here for some time now. Others are coming. In the coming week, we'll be seeing a lot more of them. We are indeed grateful. We also want to express our thanks to the political parties. As the candidates came, they had also their entourage with them. We're grateful to all of you for making the sacrifice to be here. And to our media houses, we are grateful. Indeed, when we began, we selected a few. Others called and said, why have you selected a few? We also want to be here. And we are grateful that you have come. And many of you have given us free airtime to broadcast this program to the rest of the country. We want to say a big thank you to all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to say a big thank you to everyone. The Norwegian Embassy, the Ghana Police Band, and all of you who made this program a success. We are indeed grateful. I want to acknowledge the staff of the National Peace Council. It's been a hectic job. Some of them were in the field doing peace pacts in the constituencies. Some arrived last night, others this morning. There are also some others who are on the field now doing other peace pacts in various constituencies. We are indeed grateful for the sacrifices that you are making for this country to be as peaceful as possible. May the Lord bless all of you for making time for Mother Ghana. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Before I call for the closing prayer, I have just a short word to say on behalf of the regular people of Ghana. Dear President, I know you are not here, but we look forward to seeing you join your predecessors to leave a legacy of contributing to the success of the Fourth Republic. All Ghanaians, my fellow Ghanaians, please resist the temptation to engage in any act of violence. Use your thumbprint, not violence, to decide the outcome of the elections. Political parties, please respect the will of the people. And then whoever wins the elections, in the interest of advancing our country, Ghana, I plead with you to take research seriously. Invest hugely in research, particularly science and engineering research. That's how we make progress. On that note, thank you so much. I would like to invite Maulvi Mohammed bin Saleh, head of Ahmadiyya Mission and member of the governing board of the National Peace Council, to give us the closing prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Most gracious, ever-loving Lord of mercy, you've been with us and seen us to the end of this
wonderful experience. For this reason, we need to extol your beauties. We need to sing your praises. And we need to thank you for your presence with us today. Almighty Allah, you are sovereignty. It is you who gives sovereignty to whomsoever you deem fit for it. It also takes you to take away sovereignty from whosoever is not deserving of it. Almighty Allah, you are peace. You are the embodiment of peace. Peace emerges from you. It is you who grants peace to the whole of mankind. We therefore pray for peace. We pray for peace for our country. We pray for peace for posterity. We pray for peace during our electioneering up to the elections, the voting day. And we pray that you grant us peaceful voting on the 7th of December. We pray you grant us a peaceful counting of the votes cast. We also pray you to grant us a very peaceful announcement and declaration of the results of the elections. We pray you bless and protect the electoral commissioner and all her lieutenants throughout the country. Grant them the highest order of patriotism, integrity, and wisdom to be able to steer to safety this ship of our country through troubled waters. We equally praise you, and we pray you bless all who have found their way here to participate in this epoch-making function. We pray you, most gracious God and Lord of mercy, that you bless and protect all the ladies and gentlemen who have presented themselves as presidential candidates, hopefuls of this country. We pray you protect the Ghana Police Service. We pray you protect and bless the people of Ghana, so that at the end of the day, we would have every reason to be grateful to you that you've been with us from the beginning, and you've seen us also to the end of it all. We ask all this in your own name. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi 'alayhim waladdallin. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we've come to the end of our program, and I'm happy to invite the Ghana Police Band to give us the national anthem.